All right, Kwame Asharala. Let's G I T. Is it GET? Is it get or get? Whatever. Let's get it. All right. So what we're gonna do is when we start it. I like this brother's track, Annaville, Annaville, the servant. This brother got some bars. So I'm gonna get it cracking real quick. We want to say salute and all praise God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Yabrakakum, Yahweh Hamashayach, Yahweh Shai. We'll start our preset. We're gonna start a share screen. We're gonna start our Torah portion page, and we're gonna get it cracking. All right. So you all should be able to see this page. All right. This is the image that we have up. I'm gonna accept these cookies. And this baby brew, while we play this track, I want you all to get started on sharing this out. Kwame Asharala. And you all let me know how's it sound. Put a 7 in the room if the sound is good. Put a 3 in the room if we need to do something. God, please let us know.
We hadn't even scratched the surface of even 2% of God's essence. God got a lot to say and a whole lot of revelation left. He has a lot of witty ideas and inventions. He has a lot of great ideas, but his people's not tapping in it. If you let inadequacies keep you from being active, you're telling God that he's not even worth anything. But when you say, God, you want to use this vessel? Please use me. Because God's going to show the world just how much he can do in a person with little. God doesn't care about the qualified. They're caught up in their own knowledge and wisdom. He cares about the people who don't have anything on their resume, but they got the Holy Spirit. Anybody else? Any questions?
I can hear the Ruah when it talk. Holy Spirit move me with a thought. Never go against it, what you thought. I'm an Israelite, we follow laws. If you love him, then you will follow his laws. They think it's done away with, but they off. They don't want to hear it cause it's hard. Just because you don't really don't make it false. Silly. Immerse my mind in water, need a wash. I can smell the ending and it's coming, need a watch. Scratch that flavor, I need a clock. And that Ruach HaKodesh be my clock. Spiritual warfare, yeah. The demons be thinking it's sweet, killing them all here, yeah. We knocking them all off, no matter the cost, yeah. Thinking they want the beef until I defrost, yeah. Stop it, talk to me, I follow law, so walk with me. Don't mistake it for sorcery, cause that is borderline blasphemy. It's just best you don't come for me. I got angels that'll blaspheme me. Surf on my Mashiach happily, watch him running like an athlete. Plus, I can hear the Ruah when it talk. Holy Spirit move me with a thought. Never go against it, what you thought. I'm an Israelite, we follow laws. If you love him, then you will follow his laws. They think it's done away with, but they off. They don't want to hear it cause it's hard. Just because you don't make it false. Demons think they hard, so they call they self-attacking me. Got me fired up, chapter 7, 2nd Maccabees. School of hard knocks, yeah, my angels be my faculty. Let them bust a move, the spiritual war gon' end with a casualty. Raphael grabbed the demons, Gabriel put him through it. Uriel aimed the arrow, Mikael gotta pull it. I'm using the sword of the spirit, the demon they see it and fear it. Energy big as a planet, they cannot dodge a bullet. You better off if you repent, get the most high, your legion. Won't drop the ball, got me bent. You ain't got the ball like defense. We getting closer to the end. I can see the pattern like sequence. I'm the rapper that he sent to. One of the people that's decent to. Turn away from your ways, fast and praise. Don't go astray or make them wait and delay. Do not play, get it straight in the faith. Could truth be told, really, you can die today. I can hear the Ruah when it talk.
All praise to the Most High, perpetually, repetitive.
You think you ballin'? If you put your soul on the line, then how much you cost then? We reading between the lines, we moving with caution. Everywhere we go, we shine, we light up the darkness. At first it was awkward, but now I'm all in. Hey, I had to get right. Hey, hey, yeah, I had to get right. Hey, hey, yeah, hey, I had to get right. Yeah, I had to get right. What is you talking about?
Thing is here, even up to the this place's president is talking about it. All right. So let's be mindful. Let's not lose our place in our understanding. Right. We know what those fire in the sky. We know what that is, right, Kun? And what that cloud by day is and that fire by night. And we know what it is, Kun. It's the chariot of the Most High. Right. The Most High makes you see his chariot. He reveals his chariot onto you. They're always there, right? They're always in the sky, and they're all over, right? The Father told him how many chariots the Father coming with?
Hey, yeah, how was Shema Alata?
10,000.
Yeah, how was Shema Alata? So it is official. All right, for those who are on, who can see live, we are on the conference call, and we're also on Facebook and YouTube Live. Now, forgive me, Amaria, I am terrible at typing and talking at the same time. Forgive me. I don't know how to type and talk at the same time. It's a problem. So I don't know if we do, but do we have anybody that's available to send out the Torah portion and the classes before we actually get into the juicy parts of the reading? Man, may the Most High bless you as you bless others. Hallelujah. I know it's not an easy thing, but let me say this, Yasharala. Mic check. I don't know. We got any mic? We got any sound? Let me get it. Sounds good now. How's our sound? All right. How's our sound on the audio? I apologize. I was out the door, and I turned around, and I was trying to. I'm hoping to see if we can get this set up. We can go ahead and start reading, because this Torah portion is a wonderful portion. All right. This Torah portion is a wonderful portion. So for those of you that are watching on live, we are on YouTube or Facebook, and we are also on a conference call number. All right. So if you don't have that conference call number, we're going to see if we can have it posted and put up on the screen for us. And that will be able to help you to be able to call in. The reason why I like to do visuals is because people can see along, they can read along, and they can participate. You know, you might not have a book with you. You might be in a car. You might, you know, whatever. You might be traveling. We're in captivity. You might be on a slave ship. And with that being said, we want to be able to make sure you get the word out. Okay. That you get the word. We get the word out. You get the word. Exodus chapter 10, KJV, Blue Letter Bible. All right. We're going to start on this screen. But before I get started, we have to see if we can, let me see. Okay, looking for the conference call number now. And if I see it, it should be in the back chat. So this is TORAH. Thank you so much for our ministers, for all these daughters who continually put in that work for the Lord, man. Because for real, you know, if it wasn't for you daughters, then we would be a finished nation. I heard a ridiculous teaching earlier. And the teaching was that the daughters of Israel will not enter into the kingdom of heaven. And I thought that was the most sodomitical doctrine ever. Most sodomitical doctrine. If there's a kingdom of heaven and there's no women in it, I don't personally believe that that's the right kingdom of heaven. I'm going to get there, hopefully, and I'll look around. No, there's no, no, I don't want to debate and go back and forth with anybody right now. So we're doing class, this Torah portion. So please, if you got a debate on the subject, just hold it till after class. But the point of saying such is to say, if there is a conference call number for you to reach, we want you to be able to have it, and we want to have it up on our screen. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and get started because I think it's good too. All right. All right. And I believe our screen is up. So shalom to our family and friends that's watching. Let's go ahead and get it cracking. So we're going to start with this week's Torah portion. I'm going to do a screen share because I like to. All right. I like people to be able to see what we're doing. All right. I don't think it's fun to be able to learn by yourself. I mean, it can be, but overall, you know, it's better if we learn as a family, as a nation. All right. So let's start a screen share. And if you're watching this, please share this out. I'm going to get started on our study music today because we're going to be doing a lot of reading, I think. All right. So again, thank you to Aqua, Rashwan, and Rob, to Aqua and Maria. These two sisters I can give thanks to because I see their correspondence and their work. All right. If possible, if you're watching on YouTube or if you're watching on YouTube, please like and subscribe and make sure that you share out to people who don't know this truth and to who do know this truth. And if you are on my page, hit the notifications bell so that way when it's time for us to share out, you will be able to see. You'll be able to see, and I won't have to personally go down each notification and say, hey, it's time for class. Hey, it's time for class. So if you can, you know, do that, hit the notification bell. So when it's time to have classes, you will be able to see and be aware for yourself. If you have the Torah portion phone number, please post it up in YouTube and post it up in Facebook. All right. So we got a few comments on here. And I want to say, TORAH, thank you so much. TORAH, thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. All right. This is a very important one right here. All right. All of them are important, but here's a very important one. All right. That's this week's Torah portion is what we're going to be reading from. And I'm going to end up taking that down. Because we don't want it to interrupt our visual. Okay. So, but for now, that's this week's Torah portion. Looks like it's in a good place. Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, everybody coming in. If anybody talks to Jeremiah, please say to Yah, contact him. See if his health is fine. All right. We want to check on everybody's health. Make sure everybody's well. All right. And again, if you're watching this, Baba Kushah, please make sure that somebody else can see and or hear this Torah portion. I want to show y'all this. This school is called The Light of Zion. And I got to send out a message, man. You know, I got to send out a message, man. Unfortunately, I can't do it right now. So this school is called The Light of Zion. All right. And The Light of Zion is, in my opinion, an excellent school. A lot of schools are excellent schools. The Light of Zion has been teaching consistently for, I don't know, however long before I was, you know, these elders have been in the truth. You know, Zaquan Shalamah, salute to Zaquan Shalamah, the rest of the brothers from LOZ. You know, I love you all. and Zaquan Kahan. So if you are familiar with Israelite camp schools, communities, congregations, if you don't know of a specific one to join, this is a great one. All right. So a lot of times we have to do our own promotions. And here's the link for Light of Zion. If you have the conference call number, please share the conference call number in this room right here on this post. And I'll be able to post it up for others to see in here. So again, the Light of Zion is an excellent school. The Light of Zion, right there in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I believe April 13th is when they'll be holding Passover, Pesach, April 13th. All right. And if you're in the area of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and you want to be a part of an Israelite school, and they have schools, they have schools in other areas. You know, they have schools in other areas. Also, they do amazing music. Their Nagayana, their music is phenomenal. So this is one of the most consistent Zaquanium I've seen, you know, and I've seen some beautiful elders. I'm not speaking up on any and down on any. I'm just very much, you know, I'm not putting on other. I'm just saying that this is a very consistent school, very safe school. And all schools, all locations have their issues. We all have our problems. You know, we're the children of Israel. So, you know, we go ups and downs and all that crazy stuff. But overall, this is a very, very consistent congregation. All right. Good leadership, good students. You know, I love doing my peer reviews, saying what my opinion is. You know, I don't mean to tear anything or anybody down. You know, that's definitely, you know, not my objective. You know, I do like to say what I see, though. And I believe that's what we should do. So if you have the conference call number, please post the conference call number right here up in this chat, and we'll be able to post it. So sister asked, she said, I posted, you don't see it? No, I don't see it. It's not in here, sister. Hey, Shabbat Shalom, Naweezy and the Beezy. Naweezy and the Beezy. Ah! Oh, that's all I can play because this video will get shut down. That song is amazing, man. I love that song. All right, so I'm gonna switch from it real quick. It just popped in my head because it's a good one, and I was hoping so much. Man, if only we could play these songs, man, without getting, you know, sued by the internet, man. That sucks, man. You know, so, but it is what it is. Let's go ahead and get it started. We have, the scripture says where two or more gathered, there he is. And this is what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be reading the Torah portion, which is current events. The Torah, I don't know why people don't read the Torah portion consistently, but we should. If you want to learn the Torah portions, they have names. Each Torah portion has a name. And we did not get the system of teaching the Torah portion. Everybody that's here, let's put it up on the screen. Our good sister Rashwan, she put it up. All right. I'm looking for some more friends and families to be able to help with these classes. And the reason being is because a lot of times when we do these classes, we want to have men from every city. That's what it was supposed to be. It's supposed to be men from every city teaching and helping and dropping jewels. Well, imagine all of these Israelite school camps, congregations, and elders who have all types of things to do all week. But then when it comes to reading the Bible and straight fruition, they have a problem with it. That kind of discourages me a little bit. I was supposed to be at a school today called Israel Now. All right. But it seems like that's not the portion that I have. I have this week's Torah portion. All right. So as many men as there are and as many teachers as we have, there should be enough brothers and sisters, you know, to help get this message out. So if you're watching, please share. I'm going to get started reading live. I'm going to, you know, of course, do my regular thing. All right. And I'll try to not take too many different detours, but we got a lot to teach. And if we're talking about the plagues of Egypt, we're talking about what's happening right now. And Yahweh already prophesied he was going to do it again. Do y'all know there's been 5 plane crashes, I think, within the last month. Regular smart. Listen, these Gentiles are not allowed to be in the air right now. And I'm not talking about DROENES. I'm not talking about Dior bags. You know, I'm not talking about drones. I'm talking about the chariots of the Most High and the government, the government of the United States. They're telling people, stay out the air because you have small airplanes that are crashing into chariots. All right. The sky is so full of chariots right now. You have small airplanes that are crashing into them. So we really want to be mindful. We really want to be careful of the time frame that we're living in. No, I'm not doing all that. Never mind. I thought I would be able to just log in and, you know, drop a couple jewels on a couple brothers sent me a message. I'm not about to do all that. I'm not about to do all that. All right. We're not doing all that. Okay. So let's get to this real quick. Not just the airplanes crashing for no reason. I mean, bam! There's airplanes that are small airplanes that are flying just fine. Volcanoes are erupting all over the world. There's a state that's on fire. I can just go on and on. And this one thing that the Most High tells us to do seems like the hardest thing for Negroes to do, which is come together, read the Torah, learn about his coming, prepare and save ourselves. Exodus chapter 10, KJV, Blue Letter Bible. All right, so if everybody can see the screen, we're going to go ahead and get it started. We're going to read through all of this, all right? And it truly vexes me. You know, it truly vexes me and it breaks my heart, man, to see the signs and everything are in front of us. But Yasha just has like you know, we have 1 foot in the world, 1 foot in the truth, which I understand. We're in the world, we're not of the world. But we have to see that these things that the Father are doing are coming right now. So let's look at this real quick. And before I do that, before we read this, so we see which part of the Torah portion is going to be first. Exodus chapter 10, verse 1. And before we get started with reading, we're going to say all praise Yahweh. We're going to start with a small palal, a small prayer. Salute to everybody, to whoever just came in the conference call room. And if you're in the conference call room, if you're enjoying, you're not going to miss anything in these first moments too much, because we're not going to start right now. We're going to send out some palalium. If you're in the conference call, if you're watching on live, please make sure you share out. If you're on YouTube, hit the notifications. All right, make sure you turn your notifications to all. So whenever you get the little videos, the shorts that I've been doing recently, or the classes, you never know. So hit the all notifications. I don't do that many videos to where I'm gonna be, you know, making your Facebook or your notifications go crazy, you know. But you will know when we're live. All right. So let's go ahead and get it started. We're gonna say hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Kodash, 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 holy, holy, holy. Kodash, 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 holy, holy, holy. Kodash, 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 holy, holy, holy is the Lamb of God. The water Abanawa Yahweh Basham HaMashiach Yahweh Shai. Thank you, our Father Yahweh, in the name of your Son Yahweh Shai. Babu Kushah Salach Nawa Kal Katayim. Please forgive us all of our sins. We'll call Abiyah Katayim, all of our father's sins. We'll call Katayim, call Yasha Allah, call Pa'ayim, and all of the sins of all of Israel throughout all time. Yahweh, we are a completely destroyed people, and we just want to petition. I want to petition that you cast us not away totally for our ignorance. And as written in your book, Luke chapter 24, there will be many Israelites that will be cast out into the outer darkness. And because Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are our fathers, we do not have a sure seat in your kingdom. And there will be Gentiles that will work harder than us through faith and through their sight, and they will have a seat of peace in your kingdom. Yahweh, I petition that not only me, but those that are listening, those that are watching, that we all have a better understanding of what our walk is to be in with you, and that we completely, wholeheartedly turn our love back to you while you show us these signs that you did in Egypt. You're doing them right now, Yahweh. And I petition, I pray that you not only use me and my household as a vessel, but all Yasha Allah, and continue to use the Goyim to minister unto us also. Bahasham HaMashiach Yahweh Shai, the water to Yad. All right, so let's get it. Now, that prayer might have been a little bit, you know, peculiar to some people. Use the Goyim, the Gentiles, to what? Yes, absolutely. The Gentiles ministered to us in the book of Exodus. The Gentiles ministered to us throughout the entire Bible. It does not mean the Gentiles were our teachers. All right. Gentiles shall minister unto you. That is a clear statement. The Most High told us that. The Gentiles, let me say it again, the Gentiles shall minister unto you. If you're not familiar with that, I understand. It's okay. It's okay. All right. I'm not mad at you. Don't be mad at me. Let me just read it out of the Bible and tell me your opinion. Okay. Now, you have to know what the word minister means. Okay. So a minister is a servant. A wife is a minister. A son is a minister. A husband is a minister. A daughter is a minister. We are all ministers. We minister in our own rights. If somebody comes to you and they give you the gold, the silver, the jewels, the precious vessels out of their house, wouldn't you enjoy that? I believe you would. I believe you would. You would enjoy it. All right. I believe you would enjoy it if the Gentiles carried your children on their shoulder. I believe you would enjoy it if the Gentiles built up your houses and worked in your vineyards and were, yes, masters to you. Kanzakwan, Kanadawan, Kan. What do you need me to do? Because that's what's coming up. And all my European friends know it. All of my East Indian friends know it. All of my Arab friends know it. All of my Arab friends. Let's go back to this. So the sons of foreigners shall build up your walls, and their kings shall minister to you. For in my wrath I struck you, but in my favor I have had mercy on you. This is what the Most High tells us. So he tells us that in his wrath, yeah, he struck us down because we were disobedient. We were vile children. The things that we did in the past, we're doing now. There's no secret. The things that we did in the past, we're doing now. Blood touches blood. There were sodomite Israelites then. There's sodomite Israelites now. There were murderous Israelites then. There's murderous Israelites now. There are Israelites that have bad tempers, such as myself. It's funny. My name is Karatazaya. The word Karatazaya, name Karatazaya means God is patient. See, he's patient. I'm not. We call those things into existence that they may be. So I want to be patient. And be careful what you ask Yahweh for, because if you ask him to teach you how to be patient, he'll take you through a bunch of maybe tests of patience. I don't know. But so be careful what you ask Yahweh for. You teach him how to love, he'll take you through a lot of hurtful lessons to learn how to love, right? So this is the book of Isaiah chapter 60, verse 10. All right. And the strangers shall build up thy walls, and their kings shall minister unto thee. For my wrath I smote thee, but in my favor have I had mercy upon thee. All right. So this is what we're looking at. So Yahweh smote the Egyptians. He smites everybody. Yahweh is a hitter. The Most High and his only begotten son. Here goes something else. If for those of you who don't know, but you want to debate if Christ is in the Old Testament, he's everywhere in the Old Testament. Yahweh Shai is everywhere in the Old Testament. And we're going to see him today in the Old Testament. We're going to see our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, who the world ignorantly and sometimes accidentally calls Jesus Christ. We're going to see Yahweh Shai Hamashiach in this week's Torah portion. I would that I had a copy of me or something like that I could use myself to send out these videos and lessons, especially all up and down social media, because they ain't doing nothing. Nothing. Trying to find something to watch. Scroll and scroll. But if we could send this out so that our people can hear, it don't matter if they agree with you, don't like it or not. They're all different. There's so many people. And if there was a regular scheduled way of being able to do this, give people heads up, you know, I would love to. So I ask you all to do it. I ask you all to be my ministers and ministers of the Lord also. All right. Ministers of the Lord first. And I ask you all to also be my ministers. Save me secondary, please. And the reason being is because we want to get this word out. So this is Exodus chapter 10, verse 1. Now be ready. We're going to go for a ride. We'll be reading Exodus chapter 10 through chapter 13. So the Torah portion reading is not for the faint-hearted. It's not for the spiritually weak. It's not for the carnal. Because if you're carnal, you're going to want to get up and go do something, which you can do. If you're spiritually minded, if you're spiritual, you'll be able to, you know, navigate through both. Okay. Like sometimes I would play the video game while I'm listening to the Bible. And I'm not going to tell nobody, you know, how to operate their household. Everybody learns differently. So now it's my turn to read, and let's see what the word of the Most High says. So salute to everybody that's rocking. Shalom to you all. Got to put on some Nagayana. I got to put on some righteous music. I got to put on some study music. All right. So does anybody have anything that they want to say, bring out? Got anything you want to disagree with me on? Anything you want to agree with me on? Any points with this week's Torah portion that you want to talk about? If so, I want to open up the floor for that. All right, we have the conference call up. We have the, of course, you can chat within the video, within the visual. All right, but let me pull this up real quick. All right, and I noticed something too. Whenever we're doing videos, and I go to study. That's my study music, man. It's time to get it cracking, boy. So anywho, whenever we get started, and put a 7 in the room if you all can hear this. I like this album. It's very nice. It's called Bayman Brothers. That's what it looks like. This is my study album. If anybody would like to have it, there you go. All right. So let's get back to it. This is this week's Torah portion. Exodus chapter 10, verse 1. All right. And it reads, Waya Amar al Masha. Waya Amar al Masha. And the Lord, all capitals, said unto Moses, Go in unto Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart and the heart of his servants, that they might show, that I might show these my signs before him. Verse 2. And thou mayest tell, and that thou mayest tell in the ears of thy son and of thy son's sons what things I have wrought in Egypt, and my signs which I have done among them, that ye may know that I am Yahweh. He is Yahweh. Now, I want to stop with verse 2 real quick, just a few things. I hope everybody heard this. One, it is possible for the Most High to harden a person's heart. As I learned that, I had to ask myself this morning. I said, self, myself said, Khan. I said, self, did you harden your heart, or did the Most High harden your heart? And I said, no, that ain't what I said. I said, I wonder if the Most High hardened my heart. And I said, nah, Most High hardened my heart. Hardened my own heart. This is something that we do. Now, the Father is capable of doing this, but in certain situations, I'm gonna say, with mine, I had to ask the Most High, did you harden my heart, or did I harden my own? All right. And then that was just a little jewel for myself. That was a little, I apologize. Conference call number got tied up. That makes sense. Excuse me. So that was a question I had to ask myself, and that's a question I want you to ask yourself. All right. Remember, we have Pesach, we have Passover coming up, and in the process of having Passover coming up, we can't give a proper sacrifice to the Most High if we have issues and oughts in our lives. Okay. So keep that in mind for yourselves. All right. But let's stick with Pharaoh and the example of what happened with our children and with our grandparents and their children. Okay. Let's stick with that. All right, so this is what happened with our grandparents and their children. All right, we went through this situation. In case you don't know, we're dealing with who? Pharaoh. I don't have a passion for Egypt. I don't at all. I don't have a passion for Egypt at all. And for those who know, I don't have a passion for the new Egypt. And you know what the new Egypt is. The new Egypt is America and the Western cultures. All right. Verse 2, it says that thou mayest tell in the ears of thy son. So this means that after verse 1, Yahweh gives us a responsibility. Your responsibility is to teach your children what Yahweh did and what he's going to do again. If not, how can our lineage continue? How can our history, how can our these prophecies about us, if our greatest legacy is not told? And our legacy is that we're the children that the Most High saved from out of captivity. So I should be telling all of my sons. And this is my way of doing it for today. But when we get a chance, talk to Elijah about what the Most High did. Watch this. And thy son's son. So if you have grandchildren, what things I have wrought in Egypt. So can't nobody say it was Buddha. Can't nobody say it was Muhammad. Can't nobody say it was Hare Krishna. Can't nobody say it was white Jesus from any other organization. No, this is the God that delivered Abraham's family out of captivity, out of Egypt, a land full of black people. And my signs which I have done among them, that ye may know that I am Yahweh. So we're going to read on, but this first part I really wanted to show because, one, I considered myself. I considered my own heart in reading this. Then the other thing I looked at was the teaching of our sons, all the way down to us, so that we could give glory to the Most High, right? All right, so let me see real quick. Yeah, this week's Torah portion. All right, if the sound is okay, put a 7 in the room. If I need to turn the Nagayana down, put a 3 in the room. All right, let's go ahead and go forward. Verse 3. And Mashat Aharon came unto Pharaoh and said unto him, Thus saith Lord God of the Hebrews, how long wilt thou refuse to humble thyself before me? Let my people go, that they may serve me. That's the whole point. Yes. Let us go. But why? That we may serve Yahweh. To serve Yahweh is a free will thing. It's an optional thing. You can go to the club, you can go to the bar, you can do this, you can do that, you can do all these different things. And these are free will choices, but will you free will choose to serve Yahweh? Now, here's something crazy about that. He's the one who set us free. Yahweh is the one who set us free. Now, the way that Yahweh set us free is so peculiar, so cool that as being baby brews, we may not have noticed this. Does everybody notice right here as capital L-O-R-D, capital G, lowercase o-d? Lord God. Look at this. But then it says of the Hebrews. Now, I know you've read that a million, billion, fulfillion times. But this phrase, Lord God of the Hebrews, is also synonymous with another name. Anybody think of any other phrases that may pertain to of the Hebrews? When you look at this phrase, this is a phrase that is alluding to Yahushai. If you read it the way it's written in Paleo Hebrew, you'll see Yahweh Alahaya. And it's all caps right here. And right here, the lower caps, he is the representation of this big man. See, this is the Son, and this is the Father. So Yahweh, God of the Hebrews. Well, the God of the Hebrews is Yahushai. And Yahushai has a God over him, which is Yahweh. Now, you're going to see this more. If your eyes is kind of slanted, or if you tilt your head a little bit, it ain't clicking yet. It's there. It's there. You'll see it more. He's also called the right arm of God. Yahushai was the burning bush. When Masha turned and he seen a bush that was burning, and it said, I will be that which I will be. He didn't say, forgive me. I have to slow myself. I'm learning how to slow myself down. When Yahweh sent his mighty angel, Yahushai said, I will be whatever my Father tells me to be. Yahweh has a son. And his sons are also gods. So don't get the word God twisted. Don't get the word Lord twisted and just think it has one context, because it doesn't. To your children, parents, you are gods. That's why it's so important, man, to behave well in front of our children. I'm learning. Let's read on. Exodus chapter 10, verse 3. How long wilt thou refuse to humble thyself before me? Let my people go that they may serve me. Else, if thou refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow I will bring the locusts into thy coast, and they shall cover the face of the earth, that one cannot be able to see the earth. You know how scary that is? I don't like 2 or 3 bugs. I gang bang on roaches. What up? Come here, blood. I be gang banging on bugs. So to imagine the floor, the walls, everything covered with insects is a very terrifying sight. Now, we're going to also read from the book of Jasher, and we're going to read from Flavius Josephus. If you want to get it ahead of me, write this down, everybody. Somebody put this in the back chat. Somebody in a conversational piece, put in the book of Jasher, chapter 80. Chapter 80 and chapter 81. If you want to learn about the plagues came upon Egypt, Jasher, chapter 80. And that's where you want to start at, okay? Now, I know not everybody reads the book of Jasher, okay? And I know that I teach that, hey, on a Shabbat, I don't teach from this. And I don't. But today I'm going to. And the reason being is because this is a great narrative. If you're watching on live, you should be able to see it on your screen right now. The book of Jasher, chapter 80. I'm also going to share this website. This is a page that I like very much, all right? It's called Sacred Text. I like Sacred Text. Sacred Text has a lot of very good books in it, and a lot of these books, they go back not only to our antiquities, but they go back to other cultures' antiquities. Now, when we look at the book of Jasher was actually found in the medieval times, but that does not take away its validity. It also doesn't make it valid. It doesn't take away its validity, but it doesn't make it valid. Of the making of many books, there is no end. I appreciate seeing this number go up on our chats, on our videos. If you are watching, if you're enjoying, you have a responsibility. I'm asking you. I'm gonna say, please, yo, Bible push out, share this video out, share out the conference call number, and make sure that you hit the notification. So when we're doing the videos, you'll be up to date with us. All right. So this is the beginning of the plagues in Egypt from the book of Jasher. Now, the cool part about it is in Jasher, it just gives a really short summary of the plagues, but then it gets to the specific plagues. And when it gets to the specific plagues, like, and it starts talking about some stuff, I'll be like, oh, wow. I'm going to read some of these from Jasher first, and then we're going to go back to the book of Exodus, and you all should enjoy this, okay? Now, if you want this, I'll put the link right here. Here's this, excuse me. Here's this page, all right, for the book of Exodus, okay? And salute to everybody again for building and watching with us, all right? I not only like to teach, I like to show. You know, we have to show what we're teaching, right? All praise. Shabbat shalom. All right, so TORAH, thank you very much. So this is where we are right now. So let's get to it real quick. And I want you to watch for these plagues because Yahweh did this once. He's going to do it again. He promised us he was going to do it again. The plagues of Egypt. He even told us the plagues of Egypt in the book of Deuteronomy chapter 28. When we learned about us being the Yaladi Yasha'Allah, he told us about the plagues of Egypt. And I didn't get it at the time. Then I started seeing it in the prophets. I was like, wait a minute. Yahweh's going to send fire from the sky again. Wait a minute. Yahweh's going to send plagues again. Let's read this real quick. It's very interesting. All right. And just tell me what y'all think. Put your comments in the post. Make sure you take notes if you have any questions. After we read the Torah we're going to say, We're going to say that. And after we say that, the floor will be open if anybody wants to bring anything out. Let's read this real quick. This is the book of Jasher, chapter 80, verse 1. And at the end of 2 years, Yahweh again sent Moses to Pharaoh to bring forth the children of Israel and to send them out of the land of Egypt. And Moses went and came to where? To the house of Pharaoh. And he spoke to him the words of Yahweh, whom had sent him. But Pharaoh would not hearken to the voice of Yahweh. And Allahaya. You see how that works? See, when you read it here in Jasher, I don't want to go too much. You can't make this stuff up. I apologize about that. We got a phone call that interrupted us. When you read it here in Jasher, and I won't go too much into it, but it's Lord and what? God. See, I believe that the ancient writers knew Yahweh Shai was in the Old Testament. I just think it's our newer generation who are very non-messianic, who just don't believe in Hamashiach. I apologize. I don't know why I got commercials. I don't do commercials. I don't know what that is. We don't do commercials around here, OG. Hold on. Let me fix that ASAP. We bougie. We spoiled. We don't do commercials. My bad. My bad. Sorry, y'all. I had a moment. I don't do commercials. I will walk. If you got a Netflix subscription and a commercial pop up, I'm gone. I'm out. I will go do something else because it just broke my concentration. All right, so let's go. So, all right, so let's get back to it. All praise. So when you're looking right here in the book of Jasher, okay, Lord God, I believe it's our generation who doesn't know that it was Yahweh Shai in the Old Testament, but he is and he was. So watch this. So let's finish reading. This is very interesting. And Moses went and came to the house of Pharaoh, and he spake to him the words of Yahweh who had sent him. But Pharaoh would not hearken. Remember, Yahweh hardened his heart to the voice of the Lord, and God and God roused his might in Egypt upon Pharaoh and his subjects. And God smote Pharaoh and all his people with very great sore plagues. Let's look at some of these plagues from the book of Jasher. We're also going to check them out from the book of Josephus. We're going to read them from the Bible also. Wa'Allah and Allah, Wa'Allah now, and our power, sent by the hand of Aaron and turned all the waters of Egypt into blood with all the streams of rivers. Now, we all know about this, right? Because we've seen the movie, The King, The Prince of Egypt, right? The Disney movie, but it was worse than Disney. The Disney movie actually has some really good details in it. The Disney movie, outside from people kind of being like the color of, whatever, outside from that, they had some good details when it came to the plague. Let's watch this. If I could play that without this video getting clipped, I would show you all, man. But let's read, man. And when the Egyptians came to drink and draw water, he looked into his pitcher, and behold, all the water was turned into blood. And when he came to drink from his cup, all the water in it became blood. That's a problem in itself. I know that I just put that cup there 2 minutes ago. All I did was turn around and look back. All I did was reach for my piece of unleavened bread and got ready to eat. Oh, let me say this too. For those of you who don't know, many Israelites died during the time of the Exodus. We buried many Yashar'alim, many sons of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob died during the plagues of Exodus. And many more will die now. I pray not that Yahweh finds us in that lot. So it wasn't just Egyptians whose cups, whose vessels, who got the lice, who got the frogs. It wasn't just the Egyptians whose firstborn died. Let's read on. And when a woman kneaded her dough and cooked her victuals, now here's the problem. In order to knead dough, you need a few substances. You need some flour, maybe some salt. And then what else do you need? Maybe some mayam, water, mayam. You might need some water if you want to turn flour into dough. Well, imagine you got your dough and you're kneading it, and all of a sudden it turns brownish, reddish blood. What the? There's a problem with this. It's worse than what we read before. And when the women kneaded the dough to cook her victuals, their appearance was turned into that of blood. Why? Because everything got water in it, pretty much. And Yahweh sent again and caused all their waters to bring forth frogs, and all the frogs came into the houses of the Egyptians. And the Egyptians drank. And when the Egyptians drank, their bellies were filled with frogs. And they danced in their bellies as they danced when in the river. Imagine you drinking water and you don't know it's full of tadpoles. Imagine you drinking water and you don't know it, but have you ever done that? Like, I do that. I've done this before. I picked up a cup and I was like, oh, what's this? I must have left this here. And I drank it and it was like something in it. I was like, you ain't never did that? Drank something and you accidentally know there was something in it? You ain't never drank a beer and you ain't know somebody put a cigarette butt down in it? I'm the only one? Okay. You ain't never picked up somebody else's cup and it was some floaties in it? You ain't never did that? Okay, right. So imagine picking up a cup and you drinking it, and when you drink it, something wrong with your stomach because you got tadpoles in it, but it gets worse. Verse 8. And after their drinking water and cooking water turned to frogs, also when they lay into their beds, their perspiration bred frogs. You know what perspiration is? Everybody knows what perspiration is. Perspiration, we love the perspiration. It's just wet. That was my Donald Trump person. Everybody knows what perspiration is. Imagine sweating, and when you sweat, you itching because you got these little things coming out your skin because you've been drinking them, but also because they're inhabiting your land. Notwithstanding all this, the anger of Allahiyah, the Lord, did not turn from them, and his hand was stretched out against all the Egyptians to smite them with every heavy plague. Now, there's something I want you all to pay attention to. Whenever you see this phrase, the hand of the Lord, his hand, see, Yahweh's hand is his son. If I tell my oldest firstborn son, get him. If I tell my middle son, get him. That's a problem. And it's the same thing for you all. Your sons love you. Your children love you. Which one of your children wouldn't fight for you? Which one of your children wouldn't throw a right hook at those who offended you or kidnapped your children? Yahweh Shai is the right hand of Yahweh. and his hand was slapping the heathens so hard they was sweating frogs. You ever heard of that? Somebody got slapped so hard they sweating frogs. Verse 10. And he sent smote, it gets worse. And he sent smote their dust to lice. And the lice became in Egypt to the height of 2 cubits upon the earth. The lice was also very numerous in the flesh of man and beast. And all the inhabitants of Egypt, also upon the king and queen of the hyacinth the lice, and it grieved the Egyptians, it grieved Egypt exceedingly on the account of the lice. Now, I don't know if you've ever had lice. I haven't, but I heard they're very irritating. I can imagine. I pray Yahweh never smites me and my family with lice. But to have lice and frogs on microscopic levels and large levels, irritating, breeding, populating, coming out of my body. I don't want no smoke with Yahweh. We shouldn't want any problems with the Most High, because his wrath is terrifying. You got to remember, people, Yahweh has monsters. And if you don't believe Yahweh has monsters, we're going to read about a few of them in the book of Jasher right here. We're going to read also that in the Bible, it mentions them. And then when you read it from the King James Version, they're mentioned, but ever so slightly. See, this book was found in, like I said, the medieval, century, Renaissance, not Renaissance, medieval century, whatever the era, 1500s, 15th century. I'm saying all kind of stuff wrong. Jasher is not an old book like Josephus is. But the beautiful part about it is its parallels, they really don't go off. If you read it, this ain't like you reading Billy Carson's, stuff that he be suggesting. This ain't no Marduk stuff. This ain't no Arcadian information. Nothing against Arcadian culture, but this ain't that. Verse 13. Let's do 12 again. Notwithstanding his anger, notwithstanding this, the anger of Yahweh did not turn away, and his hand was still stretched out over Egypt. And Yahweh sent all kinds of beasts of the field. Let me read that again. Yahweh sent all kinds of beasts of the field into Egypt, and they came and destroyed all Egypt, man and beast and trees and all things that were in Egypt. And Yahweh sent fiery serpents. Look at this: scorpions, mice, weasels, toads, together with others creeping in the dust. I'm sorry, family and friends, I can't explain to you what others creeping in dust are. But I can tell you this: if you get online and go to YouTube and start watching cryptid videos, start watching videos on apparitions, start watching those videos on those sea monsters. I don't know what other people do at their time, but I'll be looking at current events, studying the Bible, and playing a game. That's it. Go to the gym, do my contract, love my family, study the scriptures. I watch all this weird stuff happening around the world, and I say, oh, that's in the Bible. Now, remember, this is all happening at once. This ain't like, oh, last month was bad. Well, we're going to get this month. No, this is all at once. Verse 13. And Yahweh sent all kinds of beasts of the field into Egypt, and they came and destroyed all of Egypt, man and beast and trees and all things that were in Egypt. And Yahweh sent fiery serpents, scorpions, mice, weasels, toads, together with others creeping in the dust. Flies, hornets, fleas, bugs, and gnats, which swarm according to its kind. That's a problem. And all reptiles and winged animals according to their kind came into Egypt and grieved the Egyptians exceedingly. And the fleas and flies came into the eyes and ears of the Egyptians. Nigga, stop. That's all. I apologize. Stop it. Stop it. So this whole plague thing, read from another perspective, And somebody might say, oh, well, the Bible doesn't say that. Well, what if the Bible did say that? But it doesn't. But maybe it does. Maybe it just doesn't say it like this. There's a such thing as called context clues, reading between the lines. There's such things as, you know, hey, this is literal, this is figurative. There's such thing as parallels. But if you think I'm going to stop with the book of Jasher, you don't know me. You don't know me. If you think I'm just going to stop with the book of Jasher, see, because I also want to give you another gift. There was a man named Berosus. Berosus was a contemporary. And who do you think I'm going to say? That's right, Flavius Josephus. Berosus was a contemporary of Flavius Josephus, and he was a Hamite. Berosus wrote all about what Yahweh did to their land, and guess what? It's found in the book of Jasher, it's found in the Bible, it's found in Josephus. So, not everything is on tit for tat. But when you get the people of the land, one their version, Berosus was the Hamite's version of Flavius Josephus. And when he wrote what Yahweh did to their people, so let's read on. Verse 18, we're in the book of Jasher, chapter 80. Yes, it's going down. Verse 18. And the hornet came upon them and drove them away, and they removed from it into their inner rooms, and it pursued them. You ever got chased by a swarm of hornets? I have. It ain't fun. Well, actually, it was bees. No, these are hornets. They came from out of the ground. I didn't even know that hornets be underground. I didn't know that hornets lay their nests underground. I'm fixing a fence. I'm carrying some wood. I'm carrying some tools. I'm fixing a fence. I go in these people's backyard, and I wonder, why are they paying me so much to do this easy job? That's because their backyard had hornets in it, and a whole bunch of people turned the job down before I got there. Hornets come from underground also, and they're very aggressive. They come in swarms, as you all know. They stay in the group, as you all know. And when they get close to you, they get individual targets. So imagine not, I praise Yahweh, I got away. I didn't get stung once. I backed up very slowly. My locks were very long, so I kept my eyes open, and I was shaking my locks. I was shaking my locks. As they was getting close to me, I was just backed up. So I got out of his zone, and I seen them go back. I was like, oh my God. I didn't know what was going on at the time. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know the hornets did that. But imagine not being able to get away from the hornets, and the hornets chase you into your room. But when you get to your inner room, when you think you're safe, verse 19, and when the Egyptians hid themselves on the account of the swarm of animals, they locked their doors after them, and God ordered that, look at this, Shonuff, not Shonuff from the last dragon. It's Sulanuth. It's Sulanath. Now I don't know what a Sulanath looks like, and I'm kind of worried about pulling up a picture. I heard one of my elders talk about this, and he was like, yeah, as soon as I do his voice, y'all don't know who I'm talking about. He was like, yo, get out of here. The book of Jasher, believe that. Boy, that's a terrible impersonation. But anyway, but he teaches, he was like, you know, y'all believe that it's a monster in the sea that comes out the sea. And the sea, and it yes, I believe that, elder. Yes, beloved saint, I do believe that, elder. Let's see what it says. And when the Egyptians hid themselves on account of the swarm of the animals, they locked they locked their doors after them, and Allah, God, ordered the Sulanath, which was in the sea, to come up and go into Egypt. Yes, it says that. The Most High commanded a monster that was in the sea to come out of the sea and go up into Egypt. I don't want to touch that. I don't want to touch that. Is it hard to believe? No, it's not hard to believe, because right now there are monsters coming out of the ocean. You didn't know that there's walking fish. There's octopus that can come out for a little bit. I don't want to touch that. I don't know. But to think about the concept of it is scary enough. Verse 20. And she had long arms, 10 cubits in length of the cubit of a man. And she went upon the roofs and uncovered the rafting and flooring and cut them and stretched forth her arm into the house and removed the locks in the boats and opened the houses of the Egyptians. Afterwards came the swarms of animals into the houses of Egypt, and the swarms of animals destroyed the Egyptians, and it grieved them exceedingly. Notwithstanding this, the anger of the Lord did not turn away from the Egyptians, and his hand was yet stretched forth against them. And God sent pestilence, and the pestilence pervaded Egypt in the horses and asses, and in the camels, in the herds of oxen and sheep, and in man. When the Egyptians rose, and verse 25, and when the Egyptians rose up early in the morning to take their cattle to pasture, they found all their cattle dead. And there remained of the cattle of the Egyptians only 1 in 10. And of the cattle belonging to Israel in Goshen, not one died. And God sent a burning inflammation in the flesh of the Egyptians, which burst their skin. And it became a severe itch in all the Egyptians, from the soles of their feet to the crown of their head. I said feet. From the sole of their feet to the crown of their head. Now imagine this, which sucks. Having a boil, if anybody's ever had a boil, if you've ever had a blister, if you've ever been burned and you had that, that skin heal up, that curve over, and you got that pus that got. Well, when that skin is gone and it's an open, exposed sore, that hurts. That's called raw, tender flesh under it. And that raw, tender flesh is very painful. Well, imagine dirt getting on it. Imagine flies getting on it. Imagine a scorpion coming all of a sudden, stinging you on a spot that you just got a blister on, and then a fly going inside of it, and then a gnat coming out of it while you got blood coming out your eyeballs. This is terrible. This is terrible. The Most High said, teach my children the fear of me. This is scarier than anything you can see on TV. Now, I don't know. It's going to get worse because what we're seeing on TV right now is pretty scary. And I don't know why Yashar ain't talking about it. I don't know. It's over here on the Isle of Patmos. I don't get news as soon. But this is scary. What we're seeing on TV, the fires, the chariots in the sky, the erupting volcanoes. It's so much more than that. The Most High is doing tsunamis in one day, and then like the news don't report on it. But you gotta stay up to current events. Everything that happened in the book of Exodus is happening now, and I don't want it to get to the point to where it's like now the swarms of flies and insects. Or I think people don't believe that this is going to happen again. Verse 23, and many boils were in their flesh, that their flesh was wasted away till it became rotten and putrid. Putrid means it stank. Notwithstanding this, the anger of Yahweh did not turn away, and his hand was still stretched out over all Egypt. And Yahweh sent a very heavy hail, which smote their vines and broke their fruit trees and dried them up, that they fell upon them. Also, every green herb became dry and perished, and mingled fire descended amid the hail. Therefore, the hail and the fire consumed all things. Now, problem again. You got large ice cubes coming from the sky. Not ice cubes, ice blocks coming from the sky. And these ice blocks just so happen to be on fire. I'm sorry, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Well, Yahweh don't gotta make sense when he hits you. I mean, you just got hit. That's like me doing something bad. Be like, what'd you hit me for? Why I get hit? Well, you know why you got hit. You did something bad. Man, I be teaching myself when I be teaching, man. Dang, son, I be cutting myself. Most I be cutting me when I be teaching, man. It's beautiful. So fire and ice coming from the sky is not cool. No pun intended. That was cool. Not cool because it's fire And it's cool because it's ice, so it's not cool. Get it? So corny. Verse 32. Also men and beasts that were found abroad perished of the flames of fire and of the hail. And all the young lions were exhausted. And Yahweh sent and brought numerous locusts into Egypt. Now, here's something I like. I was waiting to get to this point. For those of you that's watching on the screen, here are 4 different locusts. Now, I'm just going to do this for the sake of study and experiment. I don't know the different locust types, but I do know that locusts, just like grasshoppers, come in different categories, different sizes. They all have different attributes. I want to get these different locusts and find out, what do they do? Do these locusts bite? Are they poisonous? Are they just greatly ugly? Do they like going in people's ears? Why did Yahweh? I don't want to know why. Yahweh sent these specific 4 locusts. I do want to know. I just don't want to suffer it. Yahweh sent these 4 specific locusts, and their names are mentioned in this book right here. I've never seen these names before. And this is what keeps me intrigued into reading the Bible in parallel with Flavius Josephus, in parallel with the book of Jasher. Because you can find out something interesting. This is what keeps me, coming back to it, because I've never seen these names before. But we're going to read them. The Chazel is one type of locust. Salom is one type of locust. Chargol is one type of locust. And Chargoli, the other one just has an L-E on the end of it, for those of you that's listening. So I'm going to copy paste, and I'm just gonna put the names up, and then we're not going to do a deep dive search yet, but I'm going to bring y'all with me, so so I don't leave you behind, right? No man left behind, right? So we're just going to copy paste. All right, we're going to copy paste, and we're going to hit search. Okay, let's do that again. All right, paste. I'm going to search. All right, and can we see? Okay, so it just has the book of Jasher comes up, and other Eastern books, or Eastern lore books. But we're going to change that real quick, and we're going to put. All right, and we're going to put locust. All right. Now let's see. Wow, here's something pops up. The locust of God. I've never seen that. It says insect, Bible, bug, and it says Madagascar. Hey boy. Now, for those of you who don't know, I am not a big locust fan. When I was little, I was 8 years old, something like that. I'm running through the field, trying to get home from school. We having fun. I'm pitney. I'm just having fun, and a whole bunch of grasshoppers jumped on me, and they had them little claws, so they wouldn't get off my little 8-year-old shirt. And I'm doing the most high-pitched 8-year-olds. I can't even do it now. But I'm doing the most high-pitched scream ever. Yeah. Okay. So for those of you that's watching online, I want to check this picture out real quick, and I want to see if this has any accuracy to it. Okay, so this is a painting. All right, this is a painting. All right, I just want to see. Now, something else I'm curious of is what are the sizes? What are the sizes, right? Let's see. So, okay. Okay, that's about 5 inches. Oh, that's about 8 inches. Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's centimeters, my bad. That's pretty bad, man. That's pretty bad. Oh, whoa, that's not little. That's not little. All right. Let's pull up a different locust real quick. Before we get back to the Torah portion, don't lose interest just yet. I like learning things. You feel me? So I like learning stuff. I like to be able to say, oh no, this is this because of that. You know what I'm saying? So all right, so let's look up this last one real quick. Okay. Yeah, no, it's a no for me. It's a no for me. It's a no for me. I just don't want no smoke with Yahweh. It don't matter which one I pull up. It just look like I don't want a bunch of them around me. I'm not trying to be like, I don't want to get, nobody to be like I'm, racist against insects, nothing like that. I don't know if you can be racist against insects, But I just don't. I would just prefer not. All right. Is that the charcoal locust? What is a charcoal locust? I'm sorry. I don't know why that picture just came up. You know, it's a big crane. It's an animal. Okay. So I don't know what these are. I know what they are because they're locusts. I just don't know what types they are and why did the Most High send these 4 specific ones. I think it'll be fun to look into them again. All right, but let's go ahead and read forward because this is a good read. So, Book of Jasher, chapter 80, verse 33. Why and Yahweh sent and brought numerous locusts into Egypt, the Chazal, Shalom, and that does look like charcoal, the chargol and the chargoli. I'm gonna say it like that, locust, each of its kind, which devoured all that the hail left remaining. All right. Then the Egyptians rejoiced at the locusts, although they consumed the produce of the field, and they caught them in abundance and salted them for their food. Forgive me. In case you've never had salted locusts or salted grasshoppers, they taste like popcorn. They taste like you know, have you ever like bit of popcorn and it's like half popped and it's got that crunchy, good, salty, buttery taste? I don't know, but they do. They do. So locusts do taste like popcorn. All right. Verse 35. And Yahweh turned a mighty wind of the sea, which took away all the locusts, even those that were salted, and thrusted them into the Red Sea. Not one locust remained within the boundaries of Egypt. And Yahweh sent darkness upon Egypt, that the whole land of Egypt and Patros became dark for 3 days, so that no man could see his hand when he lifted it to his mouth. So we see we're going into the different plague now. We're going to go into the Torah from the writing of the 1611 King James Bible. And we're going to read from Hebrew when we can. But for right now, I want everybody to see this specific animal. All right. Now we're looking into the time frame of the darkness. The darkness scares the crap out of me. And it's not just because of a fear of the dark, but it's because of what Yahweh, it's like being out of his protection. Monstrous apparitions. Now, here's a bad part, right? So the Most High has monstrous apparitions. He has things that we can't see, and that's really what bothers me. Like, I don't want to be a part of his issues, his plagues, but they're coming on everybody. You know, his plagues are coming upon the world. So since they're coming upon the world, what can we do to protect ourselves and our children from being partakers in his plagues? We can be obedient, return, keep his law, statutes, commandments, and we can suffer and endure until the very end. All right. All right. So let me get this for you real quick. We're going to go to the Wisdom of Solomon. And before we read this verse, we're going to go up just a little bit. All right. So can we do it? Yeah. Verse 6. All right. I hope everybody sees. This is Wisdom of Solomon chapter 1. All right. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 1. For great are thy judgments, Yahweh, and cannot be expressed. Therefore, unnurtured souls have erred. The unnurtured souls in this example are the other nations, and specifically the Egyptians. So this is a great precept for the plagues of Egypt. Wisdom of Solomon, as you can see, we're right here in chapter 17, okay? Wisdom of Solomon chapter 17, it's a great precept for the plagues of Egypt. For when unrighteous men thought to oppress the holy nation, that's us, they being shut up in their houses. Now, why does it say shut up in their houses? Because that's what we just read. Look here, let's come back over here. Book of Jasher, chapter 80, verse 36. Then God sent darkness upon Egypt, that the whole land of Egypt and Patros became dark for 3 days, so that no man could see his hand when he lifted it to his mouth. And, at that time, many of the people of Israel who had rebelled against Yahweh and who would not hearken to Moses and Aaron and believe not in them that God sent them, and who had said, we will not go forth from America. We will not go forth from Egypt, lest we perish with hunger in a desolate wilderness, and who would not hearken to the voice of Moses, See, these are the Negroes who wanted to hold on to their valuables, to their houses, to their possessions, to their comfortability, to their jobs. These are the ones who didn't want to come out of her, oh my people. Just to take a step back, I want y'all to hear that again. At that time, many of the people, many died. Excuse me, at that time died many of the people of Israel who rebelled against Yahweh, who would not hearken to Moses and Aaron, and believed not in them that Yahweh had sent them, and who said, we will not go forth from America. My bad. We will not go forth from Egypt, lest we perish with hunger in a desolate wilderness, and who would not hearken to the voice of Moses. And the plague, and Yahweh plagued them in the 3 days of darkness, and the Israelites buried them in those days without the Egyptians knowing or rejoicing over them. I want to tell y'all right now, the Most High's backhand hits everybody. There will be many of the seed of Abraham that will be cast out in the outer darkness. Now, if you, like me, myself, consider yourself to be one of the children of Israel, we got to notice that the Most High tells us that we, even ourselves, will be cast out into the outer darkness if we don't obey it. Matthew chapter 8, KJV, Blue Letter Bible. Try to see this. Matthew chapter 8, we need KJV. Okay. Matthew chapter 8, KJV. Let's get BLB. All right. Matthew chapter 8, KJV, Blue Letter Bible. All right. Rock with me real quick. We're going to see what the Lord says. All right. This is Matthew chapter 8, verse 11. If anybody ever tells you, including Gorilla Hebrew from Sakari, if anybody ever tells you all Israel is going to the kingdom, you can't do nothing wrong, that's not correct. If Gorilla Hebrew, again, from Sakari, or any other Israelite school, community, camp, congregation tells you, you got a short ticket, you don't. Just because we're Yasha Allah don't mean we're going to make it in. Let's read this real quick, right? Verse 10, Matthew chapter 8, verse 10. When Yahushua heard it, he marveled and said to them that follow, verily I say unto you, I have not found so great faith, no, not in Yasha Allah. And this is excellent that we're reading this, because this week we're also going to hear about a heathen, a Hamite, who the Most High spared. And he actually started a kingdom. And when he started his kingdom, guess what? When the word of Yahweh came to him, guess what his kingdom did? His whole kingdom fasted. Can anybody tell me the name of the kingdom that fasted whenever Yahweh told them to? It was a Gentile nation. You might think of a couple of them, but this one is very specific. Christ even said that this nation would seek him. I speak it as a man. Verse 11. And I say unto you that many shall come from the east and from the west, and shall sit down with Abraham and Isaac and Jacob in the kingdom of heaven. But the children of the kingdom shall be cast into outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. That's scary. And Yahushua said unto the centurion, go thy way, and as thou hast believed, so be it done unto thee. And his servant was healed in the self same hour. The problem with this is that this servant was a Gentile. He was a European. How can we find out about him? Let's go here. Testament of Nicodemus. The Testament of Nicodemus, also known as the Gospel of Nicodemus, all right, also known as the Acts of Pontius Pilate. I want you to have this book. It's free. In this book, this same, dang it, I messed up. This same centurion, this same white man that came to Yahushua, the same white man that came to Christ, guess what he did? This white man believed. And when he believed, his man's was healed. And when his man's was healed, what happened? Yahushua turned to him to say what? He looked at all the Israelites around him. He said, I haven't seen such faith in all of Israel. Yahushua used the Gentile man to correct Yasha'aliam. Yahushua pulled the old Snow Bunny Hotel on him. Yes. Shalom, shalom. Shalom. Yes. We are teaching today the Torah. We will be reading the Torah portion. Hold on. Saskumar Kumar. Sashi. Hold on, Banyarak. Before you go in on me, Levi, we are absolutely reading from the scriptures. This week's Torah portion is Exodus. What I'm also doing is I'm showing the plagues that happened in the book of Jasher. All right. And I want to be fair. I want to give the people a chance to hear, but I'm going to read totally out of the book of Exodus. Okay. I'm going to read totally out of the book of Exodus, but some people haven't heard this, so I'm reading it to them today. All right. So I hope it's not an offense, Levi. If it is, talk to me about it and I'll listen. Okay. But real quick, I want to show everybody this. Okay. So this is again called the Gospel of Nicodemus, the disciple, concerning the suffering and the resurrection of our Master Savior, Yahushua HaMashiach. Well, when Yahushua HaMashiach went to court, he had to go before who? He had to go before Pontius Pilate. Now, this is not the book of Jasher. This is a whole different book. Okay, this is a whole different animal. Okay, this is called the Gospel of Nicodemus. All right, the Testament of Pontius Pilate. Okay, so let me read this right here. Look at this. Watch this. Pilate called the messenger and said, "Why have thou done this?" See, Pontius Pilate, the European governor, right? The European governor that was over Jerusalem. He called another European man, because this European man was supposed to bring Christ in. And when this man brought Christ in, this man, this officer, this cop, he was a cop. Guess what he did? He took off his garment. He laid his garment down on the ground and said, "Jesus, Yahushua, walk on this." He said, "Lord," we know he didn't say Jesus, the letter J didn't exist that time, either the E-U-S. All right, maybe in their language, in theirs, but as far as for Yasharallah, we didn't pronounce that pronunciation. Sometimes I gotta try to be relatable. It's not helpful if I'm always speaking Hebrew and people don't know what I'm saying. All right, so just bear with me. Allow me to try to be all things, all people. This man said, "Jesus, walk on my garment." This is a different white man. Now watch this. The messenger replied, "When thou sent me to Jerusalem to Alexander, I saw Yahushua sitting in a mean figure upon an ass. And the children of the Hebrews cried out, 'Hosanna, Hosanna,' holding balls of trees in their hands, or those of palm branches. Others spread their garments in the way and said, 'Save us, thou art who in heaven.'" So we knew from back in the day Yahushua was from the beginning. We knew Yahushua was in the Old Testament. "Blessed is he who cometh in the name of Yahweh." This is what the cop. See, this is the part that people don't get. The story doesn't just end with what we read. When we were standing there and Yahushua was riding in on an ass, on a donkey, everybody knows the story. But we was like, "Hosanna, Hosanna." But what about the Roman centurions that was standing there? What about the cops that was standing there? This Yasha'Allah you talking about. We always start a riot. We always break the law. Don't make me start a riot in this mother. So there was a cop that was there. And this is his testimony. But guess what? This was found in Paleo Hebrew. This is the record of Pontius Pilate, the one who didn't want, the white man who didn't want to crucify Christ. This is his record. This is his record. And Nicodemus's record. Who was Nicodemus? Nicodemus was the high priest Levite who believed in Yahushua, and all of the other high priest Levites, all other priest Levites, the Pharisees, they wanted to have Yahushua put to death. Nicodemus was the only one. Like, y'all can't see that he the Christ. They're like, Nicodemus, you know, became a Christian too. So when Yahushua was still alive, this is what was happening during his court trial. So let's see what this white man said. This white man was a believer. Others spread out their garments in the way and said, "Save us, thou art who in heaven. Blessed is he who come in the name of Allahia." Then the Jews cried out against the messenger and said, "The children of the Hebrews made their acclamations in Hebrew language." So the haters that's in the courtroom with this white man, because Pontius Pilate said, if you do that again, and if them statues bow down their heads to Christ, and they don't bow down their heads, why did you do that? Tell me the truth. I'm gonna cut your head off. This man ain't about to lie. He's a cop. Cops be lying. In Rome, if you were a cop and you lied, you got put to death. You lost your pension, all kind of. They ain't do like they do the police now. They don't protect them like they did. In Rome, if you was off and you was a Roman centurion, you was a Roman officer, you could very easily get karatazayad. You can very easily get, exiled. Except for worse. So this man says, I heard them saying this. And then the haters, they come up and they say, well, how do you know what they were saying? Them children were speaking in Hebrew. That's what the Pharisees said. How did you know what they were saying? These children were speaking in Hebrew. How couldst thou, who are a Greek, understand the Hebrew? Y'all see how beautifully that's written? So it's proven to you he was a white man. The messenger answered and said, I asked one of the Jews and said, what is this which the children do cry in the Hebrew language? And he explained it to me, saying, they cry out, Hosanna, which being interpreted is, oh Lord, save me, or Lord, save. Then Pilate said to them, why do you yourselves testify to these words spoken by the children, namely by your silence? And what has the messenger done amiss? And they were silent. So this is a beautiful testimony. There's so many different points that I want to get to. But let's stick to the plagues, and because I'm just gonna hold that open just because. And there was something something else I was pulling from there, but it's just so good, man. I can read this and teach it. Like it's fulfilling. It's better than food. It's fulfilling. All right, let's get back to this real quick. So we're gonna go back to Hasapar Yashar. Hasapar Yashar. Is there anybody in the room that texts Hebrew? If you're watching online, can you text Hasapar Yashar? What does Hasapar Yashar mean? It's 3 words. Even if we say it fast, Hasapar Yashar. Or we say, oh yeah, that's Hasapar. Oh yeah, that's Hasapar Yashar. That's Yashar. Right? Ha means the. Sapar is book. Yashar is upright. So book of Jasher is not talking about a man. It's not even about a book about a man. It's talking about the upright, the book of the upright, the book of the upright. Hasapar Yashar is called the book of the upright. So we're going to read out of the book of the upright for right now, and then we're going to go directly to the Torah. And then what I want to encourage y'all to do is if you've heard anything in the book of the upright or the Hasapar Yashar, the book of Jasher, and I want to see if you want to precept it with the Bible, tell me if you find a good precept. But always go with the Bible primary. Bible is primo. All right. All right. So let's get this real quick. So we're in the book of Joshua, chapter 80, verse 39, and we're almost done with the plagues. Once we get to the last of the plagues, then we're going to go back to the Torah, and we're going to talk about this darkness too, because this darkness is absolutely terrifying. All right. Joshua, chapter 80, verse 39. And Yahweh plagued them in the 3 days of darkness, and the Israelites buried them in those days, without the Egyptians knowing or rejoicing over them. So those are the ones who didn't want to come out. Yes, they died in the darkness too, which is terrifying in itself because Yahweh has a darkness that'll kill you. Oh yeah, that's pretty darn scary to me. That's pretty scary to me. This is the book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, and this is talking about the darkness and the plagues. For when Wisdom of Solomon chapter is it 7? Yeah, Wisdom of Solomon chapter 17, excuse me. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 17, verse 2. For when unrighteous men thought to oppress the holy nation, they being shut up in their houses. Uh-oh. Didn't we read something about people being shut up in their houses earlier? Hold on. The prisoners of darkness. Uh-oh. We read something about darkness, but let's see. And fettered with the bonds of a long night, laid there exiled from the eternal providence. That is a scary verse. That's scary. That verse doesn't kind of do nothing to you. Let me read it again. For when unrighteous men fought to oppress the holy nation, they being shut up in their houses, the prisoners of darkness, and fettered with the bonds of a long night. Have you ever had sleep paralysis? You ever been in sleep paralysis, but you're wide awoke and you can't see nothing? Well, it's not just you can't see nothing. It's not just sleep paralysis. This is way worse. I've been through sleep paralysis. I pray Yahweh I don't go through it again. I mean, unless he wants me to, I'll do, I don't want to. It's not fun trying to make your finger wiggle or trying to just blink your eye or just trying to say something. It's not fun. Let's read this. Watch this. For when unrighteous men thought to oppress the holy nation, they being shut up in their houses, the prisoners of darkness, and fettered with the bonds of a long night. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Oh man. This was during the time of about to be Passover too. So this was in springtime, y'all. So this means that it wasn't one of those winter nights where the night is just over quickly. So to have to suffer through this, they lay exiled. This part is terrifying. They lay their exile from the eternal providence. That's terrifying. For while they supposed to lie in their secret sins, they were scattered under a dark veil of forgetfulness, being horribly astonished at and troubled with strange apparitions. I love this verse. This verse is terrible. See, the problem is that people don't know what strange apparitions are. I don't completely know, but I have an idea. It pulled up Batman. When you think about a strange apparition, it's something that you can't explain that you're seeing. I don't know what that is. It's a monster. It's a monster from in my mind. It's a monster from in the back of my mind, and I don't know how to explain it. For me, I don't even want to think of it, but I'm gonna tell you, it will be a fish. It will be a Dagon. It will be a fish man person with the big old eyes. Imagine like an anglefish or a black swallower. It's just certain visuals I don't like. Black swallower fish. Ooh, I kind of don't want to do this, and I'm gonna do it to myself anyways. Oh, that's a black swallower. Oh, this is a black swallower. Okay, black swallowers are terrifying to me. They are. All right. Anglefish. Anglefish. Is it anglerfish? No, not angel. Anglerfish. Anglerfish. Yeah, there you go. Ew. Ew, get off my screen. Nah, he's so ugly. Ah, this fish so ugly. Ah. So one of those walking into my room, you know what I'm saying, terrorizing me, man. Like that's not what I want. You know, the Most High has monsters, okay? Like real monsters, y'all. Like real monsters. But I'm just using this as an example for something. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. But a strange apparition, you know, I don't know what that is, but to be in darkness, to be paralyzed, to have lice, to have all of these issues, and you're in paralysis state, and you're covered in darkness. Now, let's read on. This is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17, verse 4. For neither might the corner that held them keep them from fear, but noises as of waters falling down sounded about them, and sad visions. Look at that. And sad visions appeared unto them with heavy countenances. That's terrifying. No power of fire might give them light, neither could the bright flames of the stars endure to lighten that horrible night. There only appeared unto them a fire kindled of itself, very dreadful. For being much terrified, they thought the things which they had saw to be worse than the sights they saw not. Stop it! This is terrifying. This is that darkness that Yahweh has. He owns it. He's used it before. He's going to use it again. I got to do it. I apologize. I got to do it. Let's get this real quick. Let's see. 2nd Maccabees Apollonius. Let's see if we can get that. All right. 2nd Maccabees chapter. Let's see. Apollonius arrived in Jerusalem, pretended to be a peacemaker. All right, here we go. 2nd Maccabees chapter 5. We're not going to get the Good News translation. We're going to get the King James. 2nd Maccabees chapter 5, KJV. All right. So as you all hear me, you should be able to pull it up. 2nd Maccabees chapter 5, KJV. All right. So this is a very wonderful and terrifying event. All right. God should not people place sake, taking vessels, polluted hands, profane. Yeah, it was not some most holy temple world. I'm not in the correct place. Hold on, I'm not in the correct place, everybody. I gotta find the right scripture. I apologize. Here, let me do it like this. My spelling is terrible on typing. I don't know how to type very well. Apollonius, 1st Maccabees. 1st Maccabees. I don't know. Maybe it's chapter 5. I don't have my sword on me right now. No excuses. No excuses. No excuses. Judas took the spoil of the sword. I gotta find his name. I gotta find it. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. Before I end off class, everybody, I'll find that. Okay, and I'll come back to it. And I apologize. I don't know where it is on my memory right now. I asked the Most High to give it to me, and I'll share it with you before we finish up, because it's pertaining to the darkness that the Most High put a man in. All right. And I'll get it for you. All right. But let's read on about the darkness. I just got a little bit ahead of myself, but I can handle it. Job ain't too hard for me. I can do it. All right. All right. So back to the book of Jasher. All right. So the book of Jasher, this is chapter 80 and verse 40. And the darkness was very great in Egypt for 3 days. And any person who was standing in the darkness remained standing in his place. And he that was sitting remained sitting, and he that was lying continued lying in the same state. And he that was walking remained sitting upon the ground in the same spot. And this thing happened to all the Egyptians until the darkness had passed away. And the days of the darkness passed away, and Yahweh sent Moses and Aaron and the children of Israel, saying, celebrate your feast and make your Passover, for behold, I come in the midst of the night among all the Egyptians, and I will smite all their firstborn, from the firstborn of a man to the firstborn of beast. And when I see your Passover, I will pass over you. Now, about to this point in the Torah, we would officially be in Exodus chapter 13. Okay, so what the Hasapati Ashar, what the book of Jasher does, is it summarizes Exodus chapter 10, 11, 12, and 13, the plagues all in about it's probably the same numbers, maybe all in about 41 verses. Okay, so we'll read just a little more, and then we'll go to the Torah. All right. And the children of Israel did according to all that Yahweh had commanded Moses and Aaron. Thus did they in that night. And it came to pass in the middle of the night that Yahweh went forth from the midst of Egypt and smote all the firstborn of the Egyptians, from the firstborn man to the firstborn of beasts. And this is where we'll stop at. Now, when it gets right here, Yahweh went forth in the midst of Egypt. I have been for years teaching, and I'm going to continue to teach until I learn something else, that this angel of the Lord that continued to torture, torment, beat down the Egyptians was Yahushai. Yahushai being the angel of the Lord, he is the one who took the breath. And some know maybe that was the angel of death. Well, you got to show me where it's angel of death. But I seen the angel of the Lord. Excuse me. So I seen the angel of the Lord. I didn't see the angel of death. All right. So when you're looking at the plagues of Egypt from Exodus chapter 10 to Exodus chapter 13, if anybody's seen anything that was wrong in here that we read, please bring it forward. If you've seen anything that was in there that was incorrect, or you was like, wait, that's off, tell me. Tell me. Let's go to Exodus chapter 10 now. So we got a good example. I'm gonna go back here. Let me go and grab my sword because I can't go out like that. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Apolonius. All right, TORAH, thank you. All right, we made it back safe. The Most High let me go around the corner and back. You know what I'm saying? There's no hurt, no harm, no danger happened to me. I was able to walk around a Shuji blind and come back safely. All right. It could have been worse. You know, it could have been worse. All right. So let me turn my light on. And bear with me because I don't have glasses. All right. But I am going to break out this book. Okay. All right. So we're going to go to the book of Maccabees. Okay. And from the book of Maccabees, let me see, parts and likeness. We're going to find a man whose name is Apollonius, and man, I never knew how hard it was to operate without glasses until I actually needed them. And I challenge myself, you know, on certain things. So I was like, yeah, I can still do it. Now, when you can't see, you can't. All right. So we're in First Maccabees, we're in Second Maccabees, and I'm gonna go to Second Maccabees. I'm gonna start at chapter 3. I haven't found it yet, but since I started looking in my book, Second Maccabees chapter 3. All right. So let's start here, and we're gonna do KJV. Now, I also believe that the Most High, He provides. None of this stuff is ours or our own. So His word is, all right. His word is His own. Oh man, I gotta tell y'all, man, I love Yahweh so much, but here we go, y'all. Man, He pulled us right up on it. So his name is Apollonius. Was I saying the wrong name, y'all? So here's his name, Apollonius. I want to show y'all this guy, man. He's one of my favorite figures outside from Balaam. He's one of my other favorite figures outside from Balaam in the Bible. All right, check this out real quick. Apollonius pillar. Hold on, let's see if we can pull it up. Y'all see this right here? These are the pillars of Apollonius, right? These are the pillars that this dude wrote the history of Yahweh on. And as you can see, outside from it just being a white guy, all right, outside from that, this is a real thing. This man wrote what Yahweh did to him on pillars. Okay, so I wanted to show you that picture first. Now let's get to the word real quick. All right, So here's his name, and I want to encourage y'all to look him up. And this is how the Most High is so cool. Check this out. The Most High proves himself. All we got to do is repeat his words, and he proves himself. All right? All praise. Yeah, it was the people of Nineveh. So the people of Nineveh who fasted. All right, the water for being so patient. Whenever I'm doing this, I can't see the comments, so I have to usually come back here to see the comments. So all praise the Most High. Man, what an excellent answer. So let me go back to that. So the people of Nineveh, they had a king over them, right? Does anybody remember the king of Nineveh? Does anybody remember his son's names? What if the king of Nineveh had a son? Excuse me. What if the king of Nineveh was the son of the king that was before him that was in Egypt? Hypothetically, I'm just saying, hypothetically. What if the people of Nineveh knew what Yahweh had did? So therefore, when Jonah told the people that they had to fast, the king was like, oh yeah. No. Hey, everybody don't eat. This is the same God that drowned up all our grandparents. Hey, make sure your dogs don't eat. And above all, make sure this guy doesn't eat. Don't give this guy a cracker. Oh, I'm sorry. For those of you that can't see online, I just pulled up a picture of white Jesus. So that's what I'm like. Make sure this guy don't give him a cracker. He's a cracker. So for those of you that are watching, hey, yeah, even this guy. All right. Even this guy. All right. Okay. All right, but let's get back to it. Okay. So yes, absolutely, the people of Nineveh and absolutely Jonah, chapter 3, all right, 4 through 10. Excellent, man. TORAH, thank you so much, Aquaf. Double honor to your father, double honor to your mother. Most High bless. Right. So we're gonna see when we read on that king, he actually was a descendant from Egypt. He was a descendant from Egypt, and in the process of him being a descendant from Egypt, he knew about the plagues that the Most High had brought. All right, so let's get back to this real quick. So Apollonius. Now, when Apollonius came to the king and had showed him the money whereof he was told, the king chose Heliodorus. Oh man, I did have it right. It was it's Heliodorus. Oh man. All right. So Heliodorus, his treasurer, and sent him with the commandment to bring him the foresaid money. All right. So I know that didn't come together yet, but we're gonna make it come together. All right, it's gonna come together like a beautiful peanut butter jelly sounds, right? All right. Now that same guy, Heliodorus, right? Now let's see what happened with Heliodorus when he came to Jerusalem, right? Nevertheless, when the book of Second Maccabees, was this chapter 7? Second Maccabees chapter 3, excuse me, Second Maccabees chapter 3. All right, and let's go back down to boom, prostrating themselves. But Heliodorus, okay, verse 13. All right, but Heliodorus, because the king's commandment gave him, said that in any wise he must be brought into the king's treasury. So what happened was this man Heliodorus was getting ready to rob the bank of Israel. Heliodorus, he had heard from another Israelite hater that we had a whole vast amount of money. Heliodorus, he was sent to come and take all of God's offerings, the offerings from the widows, the bread that we have cried over, the sacrifices. He came to rob everything. So this is what happened to Heliodorus. Now keep this in mind. Yahweh owns the darkness. So at the day which he appointed to enter in to order this matter, wherefore there was no small agony throughout the whole city, but the priests prostrating themselves before the altar in their priest vestments, called unto heaven upon him that made a law concerning things to be given and to be kept, that they should safely be preserved for such as had committed them to be kept. Yahweh, please don't let this heathen come and rob us. Yahweh, you're the one who gave us the law on tithing. You're the one who gave us the law offering. You're the one who gave us the law for the widow. You're the one who gave us the law for the orphan. You're the one who gave us the law for the Levite. Please don't let them come and take this from us. This is your treasury they're trying to rob. Yahweh, Heliodorus is trying to rob us, right? Then whoso had looked on the high priest in the face, it would have wounded his heart for his countenance and the changing of his color declared the inward agony of his mind. For the man was so compassed with fear, and for the man was so compassed with fear and horror of body that it was manifest to them that looked upon him that sorrow he had now in his heart. Others, flocking out of their houses to the general supplication, because the place was like to come into contempt, and women girt with sackcloth under their breast abound in the streets, and the virgins that were kept in ran, and some to the gates, and some to the walls, and others looked out of their windows. This is traumatic. We're flocking to the I want to say to the Bank of Israel, but it's the house of the Levites. Okay, we're running there. Virgins that didn't even come outside. Old women, they put up sackcloth all the way up, so they running. We laying down in the streets. Why? Because the white man about to rob us. Come on, stop it, man. Say it how it is, man. The white man robbed the Bank of Israel. Tried to, but let's see what happened. And all holding their hands toward heaven made supplication. I'm going to start doing that. When people start vexing me, I'm going to start lifting my hands up like a baby to your house. I'm going to start doing that in my old age, right? Watch this. Then it would have pitied a man to see the falling down of the multitude of all sorts and fear of the high priest being in such agony. Then they called upon the Almighty Lord. Y'all better know that that's Yahushua, even by the way it's written. Then they called upon the Almighty, capital L, lowercase o, lowercase r, lowercase d, Shadia, the Almighty power, to keep the things committed of trust safe and sure for those that had commanded them. Nevertheless, Heliodorus executed that which declared. Now, as he was there, present himself with his guard about the treasury, the Lord of spirits. Y'all got to see, Yahushua is everywhere. Yahushua is the Lord of spirits. He's the master of spirits. Yahushua is the Almighty Lord. Is it not written he has many names? Allah Shadia. What's this? Allah Ruach, Ruach Allah, the Lord of spirits, and the Prince of all power. Does it say all power? No. Even in the book of Maccabees, Christ is spoken of. So these Negroes that don't profess Yahushua HaMashiach, that's non-messianic, and they Old Testament only, I don't know what they are. I don't know what they are. They definitely not reading in Hebrew or in context. I do know, I'm going to say they blinded, because the Prince of all power, the Lord Almighty, his name is everywhere. The right arm of the Lord, the commander-in-chief. What do you want to call him? His name is everywhere in the Old Testament, man. It's ridiculous, man. I'm on my GMS, man. Verse 24. Now as he was there present himself with the guard about the treasury, the Lord of spirits and the Prince of all power caused a great apparition. Here goes this apparition again, so that all that presumed to come in with him were astonished with the power of God and fainted and were sore afraid. For there appeared unto him a man. For there appeared unto him, unto them, an horse with a terrible rider upon him, and adorned with a very fair covering, and ran fiercely and smote at Heliodorus with his forefeet. And it seemed that he that sat upon the horse had a harness of complete gold. Moreover, 2 other young men appeared before him, noticeable in strength, excellent in beauty, comely in apparel, who stood by him on either side and scourged him continually and gave him many sore stripes. In case you don't know what's going on, Yahushua HaMashiach came and appeared in front of this man, whooped this man with his horse. Yahushua is whooping this man with his horse hoofs. Let me tell you, it says he ran at him fiercely and smote at Heliodorus with his forefeet. Imagine a god, the God, coming from the sky or wherever he came from. And he's riding on a horse, his garment bad as all get out, and he got an all silver, a gold harness on, and he starts beating you up with his horse's front feet. Yeah, no, I don't want no smoke. And then on top of that, you got two other men that are right there with you that are angels, noticeable in size and strength, excellent in beauty, comely in apparel, who stood on either side of him and scourged him. You know what scourge means? Scourge means beat. This white man, he not Apollonius, I was saying the wrong name. I was in the right era, just wrong name. Apollonius was the king. Heliodorus was the he was the bully. He was the one that was sent to come and get back the money, right? He was the one to come and get, hey, you got a problem? Call Heliodorus. He gonna get it done. Everybody's scared of Heliodorus. Heliodorus was Debo. Heliodorus is coming to run your pockets. What you got on my 40, homie? It's gonna be both of our bikes, but it's just that I'm gonna keep it at my house. That was Heliodorus. So now Heliodorus is on the other end. Now Heliodorus is getting bullied by the Lord. Y'all like how I said that? By the Lord, right? And Heliodorus suddenly fell into the ground and was compassed with great darkness. Yeah, we was going somewhere with this one. So my point was, Yahweh has this darkness. He owns this darkness. He used this darkness in the past. He's going to use it again. He used it during the time frame of Maccabees. So in social media, they be like, oh, the sun's going to be dark for 3 days. It's going to be 3 days of darkness. Shut up. You don't know what type of darkness you're talking about. But I've read about this darkness. And now you've heard about it. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17. 2nd Maccabees. Wait, is this 17 too? Oh, okay. 2nd Maccabees, chapter 3. Excuse me. 2nd Maccabees, chapter 3. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17. Exodus, chapter 10. Book of Jasher, chapter 30. The Most High got darkness and he got monsters. And you keep being bad if you want to. And Heliodorus fell suddenly onto the ground and was compassed with a great darkness. But they that were around, but they that were with him took him up and put him into a litter. A litter is like one of those things that has, it's like, it's got those two big wheels on the side, like a rickshaw, and you can pull it. You know what I'm saying? So Heliodorus was a beast, and all of a sudden he get carried off in a treasure chest, like a snobbling, crazy man. Thus, him that lately came with a great train and with all his guard into the said treasury, they carried out, being unable to help himself with his weapons, and manifestly they acknowledge the power of Yahweh. Isn't that beautiful? Yahweh Shai came and defended the Bank of Israel. He came and defended his own name, his own treasury. We all seen this happen. I don't know what type of Yasha Alim y'all are, but my grandparents went through this. And we're supposed to tell our sons and our sons' sons about it today. I pray my sons are listening. Verse 29. For he, by the hand of Allah, was cast down and lay speechless without all hope of life. That is exactly what we read in the book of Jasher. That is exactly what we read. And when we read it from Josephus, you're going to see the same thing. I think it's beautiful. Yahweh defends us. He takes up for his people. Verse 29. For he, by the hand of Yahweh, was cast down and lay speechless without all hope of life. But they praised Yahweh that had miraculously honored his own place. For the temple, which a little fore was full of fear and trouble, when Allahaya, Yahweh appeared, was filled with joy and gladness. Then straightway certain of Heliodorus' friend prayed Onias. Onias was the high priest. So Heliodorus' friends, these Roman soldiers, Greeks, so whatever, these heathens. First y'all come to rob us, now you want to ask me to pray for your mans? straightway certain of Heliodorus' friends prayed Onias that he would call upon the Most High to grant him his life, who lay ready to give up the ghost. So the high priest, suspecting lest the king should misconceive that some treachery had been done to Heliodorus of the Jews, offered a sacrifice for the health of the man. Now, when the high priest was making an atonement, the same young men in the same clothing appeared and stood beside Heliodorus, saying, "Give Onias the high priest great thanks, insomuch as for his sake Yahweh has granted you your life." I had to say that kind of thing. Yahweh has granted thee thy life. The same angels that was beating this man while he was covered in darkness. Everybody else could see what was going on. Yahweh running him on a horse, and the horse clopping this man upside his forehead. And at the same time, he getting beat by angels, beautiful angels. He getting whooped by some handsome Negroes. And he's in darkness, and they disappear and pop back up in his ear. "Hey, man, you better be glad the Most High. Hey, man, you better thank Onias, man. The Most High will kill you." They pop back up in his ear, whispering threats. Now, seeing that we're in the book of Maccabees, 2 Maccabees chapter 3, verse 34. Now, seeing that thou hast been scourged from heaven, declare unto all men the mighty power of Yahweh. And when they had spoke these words, they appeared no more. Can you imagine the trauma that Heliodorus had to go through? This Negro got whooped by celestial beings. This heathen got beat up by angels in front of everybody. You ain't tough right now, sucker. He walking out of, listen, man. This man got, first of all, he was being rolled away, carried away. He's stuck in that siege, that darkness. And if it wasn't for his man's coming to the high priest and pray, that man would have been finished, man. Because remember in Exodus, they died in the darkness. And Wisdom of Solomon, they died in the darkness. Now watch this. This is beautiful. For after Heliodorus had offered sacrifice unto Yahweh, I'm sorry, did you come here to rob us? Oh, now you're giving an offering. Yeah, that's what I thought. And made great vows unto him that had saved his life. Hey, look, tell me what you need. I'll make sure your kids, they got shoes. How y'all doing on blankets? What's your call? You don't got to pay no taxes. You don't got to give my man. Oh, nice. That's my man's. Heliodorus made great vows unto him that what saved his life, and saluted Onias, returned with his host to the king. But watch this. Yahweh saved his life. Then testified he to all men the works of the great God, which he had seen with his eyes. And when the king Heliodorus, who, oh man. Hey, we in class. Shalom. All right, so I apologize about that, everybody. All right. Are we still on a conference call? My bad. We had a call that interrupted us. I hope it don't block us out. All right. So back to Shalom. All right. So let's get back to it. Verse 37. And when the king Heliodorus, it should say when the king asked, but online the word asked is missing. When the king asked Heliodorus, who might be a fit man to be sent yet once again to Jerusalem. So the king, I believe Apollonius, he said, well, Heliodorus, you didn't get the job done. Heliodorus, I thought you was the man. Heliodorus, everybody's scared of you. So, okay, Heliodorus, you didn't do your job. Who can I send to do your job? Now, remember, Heliodorus wasn't no punk, but watch what he said to the king. If you have any enemy or a traitor, if you have any enemy or if you have a traitor, send him there, and thou shalt receive him well whooped. You shall receive him well scourged. If he escape with his life, for in that place, no doubt, there is a special power of Yahweh. For he that dwelleth in heaven hath his eye on that place, and defendeth it, and beateth and destroyeth them that come to hurt it. All these things concern, now watch this, All these things concerning Heliodorus and the keeping of the treasury fell out in this sort. Isn't that beautiful? That's powerful, wonderful, scary. The reason why we came here is because we wanted to see the darkness, and we wanted to see that the Most High has done his darkness in the past. He will do it again. He's going to do it again. He told us what he was going to do. Does anybody know any verses about the darkness coming in the New Testament? I can show you later, but if you do, it would be better if you share it with everybody else. I'm gonna look up something real quick. Oh my God. Let me show. First of all, I want to apologize to everybody. I made a mistake earlier. Okay, I said Apollonius and it wasn't Apollonius. I said, here go Apollonius' pillar. It's not Apollonius' pillar. It's Heliodorus' pillar. It's Heliodorus' pillar. The Heliodorus pillar is a stone column that was erected in 113 BCE in central India, all right, in Basnagad, Vidisha. All right. The pillar is a common name after Heliodorus. Identified him as the guard of the standard, who was the ambassador of the Indo-Greek. All right. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I apologize. But I can learn it. Antilesiadus. What does that mean? Antilesiadus. Alcides. I don't know how to pronounce that yet. Nikephoros was the king of the Indo-Greek kingdom who reigned from the capital of Taxilia. Wow, they had some names. Boperachai, I don't know, has suggested that he ruled. Okay, so he must be a historian. Has suggested that he ruled from 115 to 95 before Common Era in the western parts of the Indo-Greek realms, whereas R.C. Senior places him around that time frame. All right, so that's the name of that emperor. I don't know about him. I'll have to learn about him. But here's some more proof about Heliodorus, right? Divine pillar. Now check this out. Are you in India? Do you know anybody in India? Can you find this? Look, the dedication written in where's our family and friends that are in India? All right. Can you read that? It doesn't, it looks like characters of Paleo Hebrew to me, like if it was upside down and backwards. Because sometimes y'all know they do that. Sometimes they put pictures in our language, they put the images backwards, so they put them upside down. I don't think this one is, because it looks like it has watermarks and the watermarks are running downward. So it looks like the watermarks are running downward. So this may be the characters, but I was trying to see like if I could see any Hebrew context, you know what I'm saying? Which I can see a couple, like the Ayan, that looks like it could be the Pa, Lamad, the Ka, the Wawa. Just like this could be the Tha, this could be the Ha. You know what I'm saying? This is the Pa. That's blatantly the Pa right there. That's the Lamad right there. Ha. Yeah. So anywho, but let's read and see what it says. All right. Oh, Star Walk notification. That's excellent. Grand Earth being heaven and Heliodorus pillar located in the confluence of two rivers. All right. Deva, the god of gods and supreme deity. All right. So, yeah, man, here's the pillar of Heliodorus. So here's proof. That's like when you go to Egypt and you actually have proof that Yahweh did what he did in Egypt, because you see Egypt look like a mummy fart. Egypt look like a mummy poop. A mummy poop ain't nothing but dust. Nobody care. I don't care about Egypt. Keep it 1200 with you. The Most High destroyed it. He did what they did because they did what they did to us. And that's just that. So the Most High leaves proof, just like he left Pharaoh's chariots in the Red Sea and the Sea of Reeds. All right. Just like he left a burnt mountain. All right. The real Mount Sinai. All right. Just like he left a mountain that's burnt on top. Let's go to this page real quick. And the reason why we have to show these images, so you all can understand. This mountain has a black ridge on top, but it's not black because it's discolored. It's because it's burnt. All right. So scientists have already proven that this mountain has been burnt. How did they prove it? because the rocks on the outside are dark and the inside they're the same color. So these rocks on the top of it, there's nothing that you can't take a lighter and burn a mountain. You can't take a blowtorch, and you're not about to be spending all 8,157 million of your years shading this with a color. This is not CGI. This is a real mountain that's found in Arabia. This is the Mount Sinai that the Bible speaks of. You see this? That's black burnt top. All right. So this is the real Mount Sinai. It's real. It's real. It's real. Israel. All right. Here's some images of it. All right. You see this picture right here? This is the picture of a split rock. All right. That the Most High made water gush from. How did they prove that it's the real split rock? Because it has water-worn lines going horizontally, not vertically. It has horizontal water wear lines on both sides, and there's also millions of gallons of water erosion up under this rock. Yahweh proves itself. Like that pillar of Heliodorus. What did the Most High say? He said, you better leave a monument of my name. Heliodorus. Yes, Master Lord, I was doing it right now. Anybody need anything? Israelite, women, y'all got bras? Y'all got panties? Y'all got clothes? What y'all need? Yeah, y'all got socks? Heliodorus went out of there. He left out like, what y'all need? I got y'all. Y'all the ones. And y'all, God is the one. Let's get back to this real quick. So we're in the book of Exodus. Welcome, Wada, for rocking with us on this week's Torah portion. All right, I'm going to take this off. His name was Heliodorus. All right, Heliodorus was his name. It wasn't Apollonius. It was Heliodorus. And here's the pillar of Heliodorus, okay? All right, so there's the pillar of Heliodorus as the information. All right, so Exodus chapter 10, verse 4. Got a lot of reading to do. Man, it's crazy how much information comes out in only 3 verses. It's amazing how much information comes out in only a couple verses. All right, so Exodus chapter 10, we're at the Torah portion now. Again, we're going to go up to verse 3. Verse 3. And Moses and Aaron came unto Pharaoh and said unto him, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim of the Hebrews, how long wilt thou refuse to humble thyself before me? Let my people go, that they may serve me. Else, if you refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow I will bring the locust of into thy coast, and they shall cover the face of the earth, that one cannot be able to see the earth, and they shall eat the residue of that which is escaped. Did everybody remember what that which is escaped is? All right. Which remaineth unto you from the hail, and shall eat every tree which groweth for you out of the field. And they shall fill thy houses, and the houses of all thy servants, and the houses of all the Egyptians, which neither thy fathers nor thy fathers' fathers have seen, since the day that they were upon the earth unto this day. So I can see that, because not only the amount of locusts, but the different types of locusts. And see, the Most High says something else in here. See, let's pay very close attention. And let's go back up to verse 4. The Most High says, I will bring the locusts into thy coast. So there must have already obviously been locusts there, but he's bringing locusts from somewhere else. All right. And they shall do what? They shall cover the face of the earth, that one cannot see the earth. And they shall eat the residue of that which is escaped, which remaineth unto you from the hail. And ye shall eat, and shall eat every tree which groweth out of your field, right? And they shall fill your house and the house of thy servants and the house of all the Egyptians, which, here we go, which neither thy father nor thy father's fathers have seen. So all of these locusts, and it's so beautiful. We read it from Hasapati Ashar. It says 4 different types. And now I wonder, is it specifically these because they didn't come from that land, right? Since the day that they were gone up unto this, since the day they were upon the earth. Whoa, that's even different. He says, since the day they were upon the earth unto this day. And he turned himself and went from Pharaoh. And Pharaoh's servant said unto him, how long shall this man be a snare unto us? Let the man go, that they may serve Yahweh their God. Knowest thou not yet that Egypt is destroyed? Pharaoh, you can't tell that it's over with? You lost this one, buddy. You can't tell. Verse 8. And Masha wa Aharon, and Masha and Aaron were brought again unto Pharaoh, and he said unto them, go, serve Yahweh your God. But who are they that shall go? That's messed up. You're like, yeah, go. Moses, you go ahead and go. But who is it that want to go and serve? And Moses said, we will go with our young and with our old and with our sons and with our daughters and with our flocks and with our herds will we go, for we must hold a feast unto Yahweh. Y'all hear that trap setup? I can't stand it when supervisors try to ask you a stupid setup question. What a dumb question that was. It wasn't a dumb question, but it was a dumb question. You mean to tell me what? Pharaoh want to know who all going. Who you think all going? All of us. It ain't about to be just me by myself. You think I want to be my children, my brother, my auntie, my sister, my cousin, Gregory Isaacs. I just said Gregory Isaacs because he's a Negro. I just threw his name out there. Gregory Isaac. He got good music. Who you think going? All of us. Not so. Go now, ye that are men, and serve Yahweh, for that ye did desire. And they were driven out from Pharaoh's presence. So Pharaoh said, yeah, you can go, but only the men can go. Your women and children stay behind. Are you out of your rabbity? Are you out of your rabbity? You want me to leave my children and my women here with you? No, that's not what Yahweh said. As a nation, we coming up out of this captivity together right now. Right now. All of us is leaving right now. No deal. Verse 12. And Yahweh said unto Masha, Moses, stretch out thy hand over the land of Egypt for the locusts, that they may come up upon the land of Egypt and eat every herb of the land, even all that the hail left. And Moses stretched forth his rod over the land of Egypt, and the Lord brought the east wind upon the land all that day and all that night. And when it was morning, the east wind brought the locust. I really want to go to a map so bad. Let's do this real quick. Just rock with me real quick. World map. All right. I want to do the whole GPS map and all that stuff. Not GPS map, world map. But instead, I just want to do this real quick. So if I look at a map from the east, all right, here we have, of course, the continent of Africa. Let's get a little bit more detailed one. And I should speed this up because I should speed this up. But I can't. I have to teach what I got to teach what the Father shows me. I can only say what the Father gives me to say. How about that? Okay, so we have this area right here, Africa. Egypt is up here. The Most High said he sent the east wind. So that would be from Asia or from India. You see, this is north. So these locusts came from this way into the land. So now I wonder, the bugs that are mentioned in the book of Jasher, the locusts that are mentioned in the book of the Upright, are they found specifically in this area, or are they found in South America, North America? Are they found in Europe? Are they found in Australia? If anything is found in Australia, it's scary. Australia just got some scary bugs, monsters. Australia is just messed up. It's so crazy. But anywho, I said all that to say is wherever these locusts came from, if we read in Hasapati Ashar, the book of the Upright, if we read in the book of Jasher that these bugs came from the east, then that means that we should be able to trace where these bugs, where do they originate from? Where do these insects originate from? We should be able to trace that. All right, so let's go back to the Torah. Exodus chapter 10, verse 14. And the locusts went up over the land of Egypt and rested in all the coast of Egypt. Very grievous were they before them. There were no such locusts as they, neither after them shall be such. For they covered the face of the whole earth, so that the land was darkened. And they did eat every herb of the land, and all the fruit of the trees which the hail had left. And they remained not any green thing in the trees or in the herbs of the field through all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron in haste. And he said, I have sinned against Yahweh, your God, and against you. Now, I didn't see and hear anywhere or anything that alluded to the Egyptians eating the locusts. I didn't see that at all. I didn't see anything with the Egyptians salting the locusts and eating the locusts. I didn't see that at all. Did you all see anywhere where it said the Egyptians ate the locusts? I seen where it said an east wind came in, but the east wind brought the locusts in. I didn't see the people eating them yet, but let's read on. Verse 16, Exodus chapter 10. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron in haste, and he said, I have sinned against Yahweh your God and against you. Now therefore forgive me, I pray thee, my sin is only this once. This Negro is delusional. Most High really hard this all. He said, I've only done one thing wrong. And entreat Yahweh Allah that he may take away from me this death only. And when he went out from Pharaoh, he entreated Yahweh. And Yahweh turned a mighty strong west wind, which took away the locusts and cast them into the Red Sea. And there remained not one locust in all the coast of the land. Now, let's do some comparative reading real quick. We're going to go back to the book of Jasher real quick. And I think I just heard and read something that didn't go together. All right. So it looks like in the book of Jasher, it sounds like, excuse me, it sounds like the locusts were brought in from the west wind on the book of Jasher, but they were taken out with the east wind from the Bible. Okay. So we're just going to precept this and we're just going to see if that is an agreeable thing. If it's not, you know what I'm saying, then we have something like, oh, wait a minute, that's not correct. And I love doing that. There's nothing wrong with proof reading while you're reading. All right, notwithstanding, so we're in the book of Jasher real quick. I'm gonna come over to the book of Jasher real quick. Burning information in the flesh of the Egyptians, crowns of their heads. We're looking for the no results. Let's start right here. All right, this is the book of Jasher, chapter 80, verse 33. And the Lord sent and brought locusts, numerous locusts into the land of Egypt. Chazal, Shalom, Chargo, the Chagol, locust, each of its kind, which devoured all that the hail had left remaining. And the Egyptians rejoiced at the locusts, though they consumed the produce of the field, they caught them in abundance and salted them for their food. I didn't see this anywhere in what we just read in the Torah. Okay, so I'm not going to validate it. I'm not going to go against it, but I'm going to say it's not what we see. And Yahweh turned a mighty wind of the sea, which took all the locusts, even those that were salted, into the Red Sea. Not one locust remained within the boundary of Egypt. Okay, so that is the same thing. Okay, so that's the same thing that's in the Torah, so that's good. So we see that right there. Let's go back to Exodus chapter 10, verse 19. Exodus chapter 10, verse 19. And Yahweh turned a mighty strong wind, which took away the locusts and cast them into the Red Sea. There remained not one locust in all the coast of Egypt. But Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart so that he would not let the children of Israel go. Now we're at the part of Heliodorus's participation. Now, Heliodorus was not at the same time of the Exodus. This was just proving that Yahweh used that darkness at different times, all right, as a tool of instrument, as a tool of torture, as a tool of correction. So now let's look at the darkness. Exodus chapter 10, verse 21. And Yahweh said unto Mashah, stretch out thine hand toward heaven, that there may be darkness over the land of Egypt, even darkness which may be felt. That's a problem. Darkness which may be felt. And Moses stretched forth his hand toward heaven, and there was a thick darkness in all the land of Egypt 3 days. They saw not one another, neither rose any from his place for 3 days. But all of the children of Israel had light in their dwellings. So we did see this segment, this portion in the book of Hashapar, the book of Jasher, the book of the upright. I do want to see what Josephus says on it, but let's read here. Let's do this real quick. Let's try to be as Try to be as quick as possible on this. All right. I'm going to open up a new book. Let's stick to this real quick. So verse 24, and Pharaoh called unto Moses and said, go ye, serve Yahweh. Only let your flocks and your herds be stayed. Let your little ones also go with you. Now, here's something that's interesting with this. Was Pharaoh firstborn? See, because the plague was that the firstborn of all of Egypt would die, right? I know I'm kind of skipping ahead, but let me ask you a question. Was this Pharaoh an only born child? Did this Pharaoh have a brother? Did this Pharaoh have a sister? Who was this Pharaoh's father? These questions aren't hard to find out, for real, The answers are right there. But these are questions just to make us think, because Yahweh killed the firstborn. Was this Pharaoh? Did he have, if he didn't die during the plague of the firstborn, then that means that he had siblings. If this Pharaoh had siblings, we should be able to find him. And if he didn't have siblings, that means the Most High spared him from being the firstborn and dying in that plague. But let's read on. And Pharaoh called unto Moses and said, go ye, serve Yahweh. Only let your flocks and your herds be stayed. Let your little ones also go with you. So now he's saying, okay, y'all can go, but leave all your stuff behind. Yeah, you tripping still. And Mashah Moses said, thou must give us also sacrifice and burnt offerings. What do you mean leave our herds? You just want us to go out there and just wave our hands around? We got to give offerings. See, Pharaoh was being a jerk. Thou must give us also sacrifices and burnt offerings, that we may sacrifice unto Yahweh our God. Our cattle also go with us. There shall not be a hoof. There shall not a hoof be left behind. For therefore we must take to serve Yahweh our power, and we know not with what we must serve Yahweh until we come thither. But Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart that he will not let them go. And Pharaoh said unto him, get thee from me. Take heed to thyself. See my face no more. For in that day thou seest my face, thou shalt die. That was my African accent. Get thee from me. Take heed to thyself. All of these are aggressive, forward-making statements. And then to say the next time you see me, you're going to die. And Mashah said, thou hast spoken well. I will see thy face no more. Repeat after me. Kal Asherah, the body Yahweh, Na Aisha, or Na Shemai. All that Yahweh said will we do and hear. Well, I think we broke down the chapter while we were reading through it, for the most part. If anybody has anything that they want to bring out or say, Baba Kushah, please do. We'll check out your comments. We'll communicate. We'll go back and forth. We'll look at this word. We'll see what this word say. Okay. All right. So let's go to our next chapter. All right. No comments. But if you do have them, keep them coming. Bring them in. All right. If you have any comments, just bring them up. No sweat. Let's go back to it. Exodus chapter 2, verse 1. And there went the man out of the house of Levi and took a wife, a daughter of Levi. And the woman conceived. Oh, I'm in Exodus. My bad. I'm going off. I'm way in the future. Oh, wait, I'm going off. My bad. My bad. Exodus chapter 10. I'm in the past. Exodus chapter 10. Exodus chapter 11. And Yahweh said unto Mashah Moses, yet will I bring one more plague upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt. Afterwards, he will let you go hence. When he shall let you go, he shall surely thrust you out hence altogether. And the Most High knew what he was doing. He was messing with him. This very last plague, he said, oh yeah, when I'm done with him, oh, they're going to throw you out of the land, brother. Don't even worry about it. Speak now into the ears of the people, and let every man borrow of his neighbor, and every woman of her neighbor, jewels of silver and jewels of gold, And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. Moreover, the man Moses was very great in the land of Egypt, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants and in the sight of the people. Now, Moses was very great in the sight of people and in the sight of Pharaoh because, one, he was not only the man of the Most High, he was also the general. He was also, everybody knew of Masha, Moses' prophecy. When Moses was a baby, I was about to crack a joke. When Moses was like 3 years old, he was taller than all of the rest of the babies. And he was beautiful, so everybody stared at him. Let's get this real quick. I want to see if y'all can see this. Flavius Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, book number 1, chapter 19. Oh, it said John Cena. I did not say John Cena. Antiquities of the Jews, book number 1, chapter 19, Flavius Josephus. Sorry, I had to say the S like that. Cephas. You got to trick the computer. I open up. All right. So Flavius Josephus, book number 1, and let's go to book number 2, and let's go to section. Let's go to section 11. All right. Book 2. Section 5. Undertaking the word will appear as the Greeks study. All right, so bear with me, y'all. I'm trying to find it for you. Trying to find it. We're looking. We're gonna do this together. All right. Okay. What Judas being one of Jacob's sons, Ishmael, okay, spice Syria. Wars, Gilead, the Egyptians, Reuben. Uh-oh. When his master's wife fell in love. Uh-oh. Bear with me, everybody. Joseph replied, his dream. Horseman therefore took Benjamin, brought him, Joseph his brethren. Oh, man. We're here for these things. I'm waiting. Jump ahead, his wife. Okay, so Flavius Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews. All right, we're in book number 2. Okay, and we're in paragraph 217. Now, these two people are very important. I encourage you to learn their name and learn their story from not only the book of Flavius Josephus, which we're currently in, but also learn their story from the book of Jasher. And you can just listen to it. It's so wonderful, right? So look, so when the vision had informed him of these things, Amram is Moses' father, all right, awoke and talked to Jochebed, who was his wife. Now, the fear increased upon them on the account of the prediction of Amram's dream, for they were under concern not only for the child, but on the account of great happiness that was to come to him also. However, the mother's labor was such afforded a confirmation to what was foretold by God, for it was not known to those that watched her. Or in other words, Jochebed, which was Moses' mother, had an easy pregnancy. She was one of the ones that didn't look pregnant, right? All right, so let's read on. Known, which watched her by the easiness of her labor pains, and because it was the throes of her delivery, and because the throes of her delivery did not fall upon her with violence. So she had a big baby, but her belly was small, and she had an easy delivery. Moses' birth, everything about Moses' birth is fire. And now they nourished the child at home privately. Look at this, for 3 months. But after that time, Amram, fearing he should be discovered and falling in unto the king's displeasure, both he and his child should perish. So he should make the promise of God of none effect. He determined rather to trust the safety and care of the child to God. So this is the beginning stages. I'm going to put this page in here. I'm going to put this page in here so you all be able to see it for yourself. So this is the beginning chapters of the birth of Masha, or the birth of Moses. And if you parallel that with your scriptures, you're going to get some beautiful information. All right. So we're going to go forward. All right. In the same book. But I just want to share that link. All right, so let's get forward. All right. Okay. All right, so here we go. So let's scroll down just a little bit further. All right. Now, this is dope right here. I like this right here. And the reason being is because this shows that Moses was the army general in Egypt. Not only in Egypt, but Moses was the army general in Ethiopia. Okay? Moses was the army general in Ethiopia. And the symbol that Moses did, this also goes into Moses' second wife. Okay? Moses did have multiple wives. All right. And this chapter specifically talks about his other wife. But this shows uh, how when Masha went into the land and he had to conquer the Egyptians, excuse me, the Ethiopians' enemy. So don't be surprised if the Ethiopians have a reverence for the Most High God. There's a very close similarity between us and them. All right, there's a very close similarity to us and them. This is a passage right here to where you can find the symbol of the Mexicans. And I know it sounds weird, but Mexican flag, snake and eagle. All right, I want everybody to see this. So not only do I teach that the tribe of Yeshashakar, that the tribe of Issachar are the so-called original descendants. Let's not get into color tones and all that stuff. But not only do I teach that the original Yeshashakarites are the tribe of the people of so-called Mexico, you know, we got the deep, very deep, dark South ones too. I also teach that just like the Most High gave us signs and wonders, he also gave them signs and wonders. So let's look at this real quick. Why is the symbol of Mexico? This is one of the images, but there's so much in this. There's so much in this. And I really want to break it all down. But let's just look at the eagle and the snake just for now. Now, you might agree with this, you might not. It's still all interesting, fun stuff to see. Look right here at the book of Josephus, right? Now, Josephus invented a wonderful stratagem to preserve the army safe and without hurt. For he made baskets like unto arcs of sage, and filled them with ives, and carried them along with them. Which animal is the greatest enemy of serpents imaginable? For they fly from them, when they come near them. And as they fly, they are caught and devoured by them, and as if they were done by hearts. But the ives are tame creatures, and only enemies to the serpentine kind. But about these ives I say no more at present, since the Greeks themselves are not unacquainted with any sort of bird. So what do we see here? We see the great military strategist, Masha Moses. And what is he doing? He's using he's using birds to kill his enemies, the serpents. It was hard for his men to pass through where they were going through because the ground was full of serpents. And the enemy knew it. All right. The enemies knew that, you know, you can't get past this. You can't, you know, point what you gonna do. Oh, my shot was like, oh, for real? I'm gonna raise up some cranes. I'm gonna raise some ives. I'm gonna raise some birds. And them birds are gonna do the same thing that they've always done. They're gonna be a natural mortal enemy of you. And to this day, the symbol of Mexico has the symbol of the ive or the eagle, you know, and the serpent. And what is it doing? It's conquering the serpent. It's conquering the snake. Just like Masha came through. Y'all got to read that, man. It's beautiful. And it's not just here in Flavius Josephus. It's not just here in Flavius Josephus. It's also in Hussapartia Charles in the book of Joshua. Very beautiful. So I'll let you all look at that for yourself. All right. But all right, let's find our place in the Torah from Josephus' perspective with the plagues. No regard to them grievous plagues. I love you, Howard, so much. You can't make this stuff up, man. Like, he'll literally just set you in place, right? Now check this out. So in Flavius Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews, book number 2, chapter or paragraph 293. But when the king despised the words of Moses, he had no regard to them. Grievous plagues seized upon the Egyptians, every one which I will describe, both because no such plague ever did happen to any other nation as the Egyptians now felt, and because I would demonstrate that Moses did not fail in any one thing that he foretold them, and because it is for the good of mankind that they may learn this caution. You see that? It is for the good of us that we learn this caution, even to this very day, Yashara. All right, friends and family, even to this day, it's good for us to learn this caution, no matter why. Why? Because Yahweh is going to do this again. He's currently doing it now. But let's read on. Not to do anything that may displease Yahweh, lest he be provoked to wrath and avenge their iniquities upon them. Well, that's what's happening to America right now. For the Egyptian river ran with bloody water at the command of Yahweh, inasmuch that it could not be drank. And they had other springs of water, and they had no other spring of water. For water was not only the color of blood, but it brought upon those that ventured to drink of it great pains and bitter torment, such as the river of the Egyptians. But it was sweet and fit for drinking for the Hebrews, and no way different from what it naturally used to be. As the king therefore knew not what to do in this surprise circumstance, and was in fear for the Egyptians, he gave the Hebrews leave to go away. But when the plague ceased, he changed his mind again and would not suffer them to go. But when Elohim God saw that he was ungrateful and put a ceasing of the calamity, would not grow wiser, he sent another plague upon the Egyptians. An innumerable multitude of frogs consumed the fruit of the ground. The river was also full of them, inasmuch that whoso drew water had it spoiled by the blood of these animals as they died in and were destroyed by the water. And the country was full of filthy slime as they were born and as they died. They also spoiled their vessels in their houses, which they used, and were found among what they eat and what they drank, and came in great number upon their beds, where there was also an ungrateful smell, and a stink arose from them as they were born, and as they died therein. Now, when the Egyptians were under the oppression of these miseries, the king ordered Mashah to take the Hebrews with him and be gone, upon which the whole multitude of frogs vanished away, and both the land and the river returned to their former natures. But as soon as Pharaoh saw the land free from this plague, he forgot the cause of it and retained the Hebrews. And as though he had a mind to try the nature of more such judgments, he would not yet suffer Mashah, Moses, and his people to depart, having granted that liberty rather out of fear than out of any good consideration. We skipped one, my bad. Accordingly, Elohim punished his falseness with another plague added to the former. So remember when I said these plagues, they ran concurrent? These plagues ran all in the same row. Most High wasn't giving no ease up. For there arose out of the bodies of the Egyptians an innumerable quantity of lice, by which, wicked as they were, they miserably perished, as not being able to destroy this sort of vermin, either with washes or with ointments. That's scary. You couldn't shower them off. You couldn't bathe them off. You couldn't put on no Vicks Vapor Rub, no tea tree oil, no Melaleuca. You couldn't put none of that on and get rid of these things. You just walking around smelling good with bugs coming out your butt. They miserably perished, as was not able to destroy this sort of vermin either with washes or with ointments, at which terrible judgment the king of Egypt was in disorder upon the fear into which he reasoned himself, lest this people should be destroyed, and the manner of his death was also reproachful, so that he was forced in part to recover himself from his wicked temper to a sounder mind, for he gave leave to the Hebrews themselves to depart. So he finally broke. He went from being upset, irate, angry, to being sober-minded just for a second. But when the plague thereupon ceased, he thought it proper to require that they should leave their children and their wives behind them as pledges of their return, whereby he provoked Yahweh to be more vehemently angry at him. Now, let me tell y'all who else did this. Balaam. Balaam did the exact same thing. When the Most High said, no, you cannot go with Balak's men. But Balaam said, but why can't I? The Most High said, you cannot go. Balaam said, but can I? The Most High said, I already told you no. But go ahead. Go ahead. You keep asking me, I already told you no. But go ahead. Whereby he provoked Elijah to be more vehemently angry at him, as if he thought to impose on his providence, and as if it were only Moses and not Yahweh who punished the Egyptians for the sake of the Hebrews, for he filled that country full of various sorts of, now everybody, it's not because, it's not because we read it out of the book of Jasher only, but let me show you what Flavius Josephus says. Remember we were talking about all those pestilence creatures and the weird things and the Zibbida Wobblies? The Zibbida Wobblies that came? Flavius Josephus, the world famous historian, said the same thing. As if it were only Moses and not Elijah who punished the Egyptians for the sake of the Hebrews. For he filled that country full of various sorts of, look at this, pestilential creatures with their various properties, indeed such as had never come into sight of men before. Booyah! That sounds like monsters to me. If you ain't never seen the thing that you looking at, that's a monster. If you ain't never seen that type of bug, you ain't never seen that type of weasel, you ain't never seen that type of water octopus. I'm just naming off stuff. The issue is that the Most High sent things that we weren't relatable to in that land or in any other land. And Josephus wrote it. Why do y'all think Egypt is never growing back? It's been centuries, and there ain't no blades of grass. They tried to irrigate the land, and it still ain't working. They're not about to remake them pyramids and make them be. The glory and greatness of Egypt is a mummy poop. It ain't coming back. Kemet is finished. Ma'at is Ma'at is the Egyptian philosophy of the spirit of wisdom, but for us, her name is Chakmah. Okay? There's not a woman sitting on her knees with two wings spread with hella eyeliner on. No, the spirit of wisdom flows through all things. Unless that was just the Egyptians' way of depicting the spirit of wisdom, that would be different. With various properties, such as had never come into the sight of men before, by whose means men perished themselves, and the land was destitute of husbandmen for its cultivation. But if anything escaped destruction from them, it was killed by the distemper which the men underwent also. Oh my goodness, it just gets worse. If you escaped the nightmare creatures that the Most High brought out, you was going to die from the plagues and the boils and the bugs and the blisters and the frogs and the Flavius Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, book number 2, chapter 304. But when Pharaoh did not even then yield, I yield the floor. Pharaoh refused to say, I yield the floor to the will of God. But while he gave leave to the husbandmen to take their wives with them, yet insisted that the children should be left behind, Yahweh presently resolved to punish his wickedness with several sorts of calamities, and those worse than the foregoing, which yet had so generally afflicted them. For their bodies had terrible boils breaking forth with blains, while they were already inwardly consumed, and a great part of the Egyptians perished in this manner. But when the king was not brought to reason by this plague, hail was sent down from heaven, and such hail as was the climate of Egypt had never suffered before. This don't make no sense. Egypt hot in the mud. Why is it fire, sky, ice, rocks coming down? Egypt ain't freezing cold like Antarctica, like Ohio. Why is there rocks of ice on fire coming from the sky? Because the Most High put to death them wicked heathens, them Egyptians, but also them Israelites. Also, those Israelites. Let's read. Nor was it like that which falls such in other climates. Look at this, other climates, not in Egypt, but in other climates in wintertime, but was larger than that which falls in the middle of spring to those that dwell in the northern and northwestern regions. This hail broke down upon their bowls laden with fruit. After this, a tribe of locusts consumed the seed, which was not hurt by the hail, so that to the Egyptians, all hope of the future fruits of the ground were entirely lost. And this is why, to this day, you're not getting the prosperous yields of fruit in that land, even though there's a great mighty river that runs through it. The Most High made it dry, desolate. One would think the aforementioned calamities might have been sufficient for one that was only foolish without wickedness to make him wise, and to make him sensible what was for his advantage. But Pharaoh led not so much by his folly as his wickedness. Even when he saw the cause of his mysteries, he still contested with Yahweh and willfully deserted the cause of virtue. So he bid Moses take the Hebrews away with their wives and children to leave the cattle behind, since their own cattle were destroyed. But when Moses said that what he desired was unjust, since they were obliged to offer sacrifice to Elohim of those cattle, and the time being prolonged on this account, a thick darkness without the least light spread itself over the Egyptians, whereby their sight being obstructed and their breathing hindered by the thickness of the air, they died miserably and under a terror lest they should be swallowed up by the dark cloud. Besides this, when the darkness, after 3 days and as many nights, was dissipated, and when Pharaoh did not still repent and let the Hebrews go, Moses came to him and said, how long wilt thou be disobedient to the commandment of Elohim? For he enjoins thee to let the Hebrews go, nor is there any other way of being free from the calamities under, unless you do so. But the king was angry at what he said, and threatened to cut off his head if he came any more to trouble him with these matters. Whereupon Moses said, he not spake. Well, I didn't read that right. Whereupon Moses said, he not speak to him any more about them, for he himself, together with the principal men among Egypt, should desire the Hebrews away. So then Moses had said this in his. But Allahia being signified with one plague, he would compel the Egyptians to let the Hebrews go. He commanded Moses to tell the people that they would have a sacrifice ready, and they should prepare themselves on the 10th day of the month, Xanthicus. Xanthicus. Excuse me. Xanthicus. Now, if you're not familiar with the word or the month Xanthicus, we're going to come back to this screen. I was about to say stage. We're going to come back to this screen and we're going to put in the word Xanthicus, right? So we're not going to look for it in the Bible, but we are going to look for it in the month. All right, Xanthicus is the name of the month by the Macedonian calendar. All right, also, we're not looking at well, you know what? It is also the name of a type of a cone shell. All right, so the Macedonian calendar has a month in it called Xanthicus, and for us will be around the April-March time frame. Okay, so Xanthicus, the name of the 6th month in the Macedonian calendar, in the Seleucid Syrians, it corresponded with Nisan, or which is the month of Abib, in Israelite calendar in April or in May. All right, so now you know another name. It's not another name, but it's another time frame that you can look up that the Macedonians kept, the month of Xanthicus. Okay, and this should really help you in the studies. I wonder what other things happen in the month of Xanthicus. I wonder if anybody has the tenacity to actually research and study. And I didn't mean to say that funny if I was like, research. I didn't mean to say it funny. If anybody has the tenacity to actually look up and research the Macedonian calendar. How many months were there? This was in the 6th month of the Macedonians, but to us, it's the beginning of months. All right. So here's the link right here. If you want to come to that, you'll be able to find that information. All right, we're going to go back to Flavius Josephus. All right. Come on back to Uncle Joe. We'll go to Uncle Joe's house. Against the 14th, which month is called by the Egyptians Paramath, Nisan by the Hebrews, but the Macedonians call it Xanthicus. All right. That's a lot of beautiful information. And that we should carry the Hebrews with all they had. Accordingly, he having got the Hebrews ready for their departure and having sorted the people into tribes, he kept them together in one place. But when the 14th day was come and all were ready to depart, they offered a sacrifice and purified their houses with the blood, using branches of hyssop, that for which purpose, for that purpose, and when they had supped, they burned the remainder of the flesh as just ready to depart. Whence we still do offer the sacrifice in a like manner to this day. It is called the Festival of Pascha. Pascha. Pascha comes from the word Pascal. Pascal is the name of the sacrifice lamb. The lamb that you're going to sacrifice for that year, you should acknowledge it, make it set apart. And what we did last year, we named our lamb, not last year, excuse me, a couple years back, we named our lamb Pascal because that's where the word Pascha comes from. So Pascha is another way of saying Passover, right? Which signifies the feast of Passover. Because on that day, God, Yahweh, passed us over and sent the plague upon the Egyptians, for the destruction of their firstborn came upon the Egyptians that night, so that many of the Egyptians who lived near the king's palace persuaded Pharaoh to let the Hebrews go. Accordingly, he called for Moses and bid them gone, as supposing that if once the Hebrews were gone out of the country, Egypt should be freed from its miseries. They also honored the Hebrews with what? With gifts. I love this part. This is where they started spoiling on us. This is where they started they just started pouring over all kind of stuff to us. And this is going to happen again. All right. And they honored the Hebrews with gifts, some in order to get them to depart quickly. Here, take this car. Get up out of here. What you need? What you want? Just get on. Get out of America. I mean, Egypt. See, they're going to be pushing us out again. Watch this. And others on account of their neighborhood. So some Gentiles was like, y'all the children of Israel. The Most High bless y'all, man. You know, here, I want to give y'all these gifts. Listen, the Most High is doing this because he's doing it for y'all, man. Listen, you're not that bad. I know you're not that. We've always been friends. You know, I don't agree with what Pharaoh said. You know, I'm an Ethiopian. I'm an Egyptian. I mean, I can't help it. It's the rules. But here go all these gifts. Will y'all please get the hell out of our land? Here go all these gifts. Will y'all please get the heck out of our land? Get out of here. And some was just mad. Take all of these stuff and get out of here and go. No. And others on account of their friendship, of their neighborhood, and their friendship they had with them. So it wasn't always all bad relationships with the Mizraimites, the Egyptians. Remember, when Israel came out of there, a mixed multitude came out. So Egyptians and Africans, Arabs, East Indians. Remember, Egypt was like a central hub. It was America. It was New York. It was California. It was it was Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? It was OKC. It was whatever it was St. Louis, whatever. It was Cincinnati. And whatever central hub it is, that's what Egypt was at the time. Everybody lived there. So it wasn't just Israelites that came out of Egypt. It was a great amount of people along with Israelites who came out that witnessed what Yahweh did. So the Hebrews went out of Egypt while the Egyptians wept and repented that they had treated them so hardly. Now they took their journey by Letopolis, a place at that time deserted. All right. So let's go back now to the Torah portion. Exodus chapter 11, verse 3. And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of Egyptians. Moreover, the man Moses was very great in the land of Egypt, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants, and in all of the sight of people. So when we see right here that the Most High gave the people favor, he had gave us favor in the eyes of the other nations. That's when we look and see, you know, how they was giving us everything. That's how we look and see, oh, they was trying to get us up out of here. And they really was. See? This is that part of the verse right here. They also honored the Hebrews with gifts, some in order to get them to depart quickly, and others on account of their neighborhood and friendship they had with them. Let's go back to the Torah. We're going to go to Exodus chapter 11, verse 3 again. Exodus chapter 11, verse 3. And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. Moreover, the man Moses was very great in the land of Egypt, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants, and in the sight of the people. And Moses said unto Yahweh, and Moses said, thus saith Yahweh, about midnight will I go out into the midst of Egypt, and all the firstborn of the land of Egypt shall die. The firstborn of Pharaoh, I apologize. From the firstborn of Pharaoh that sitteth upon his throne, even unto the firstborn of the maidservants that is behind the mill. And I've never caught this before until recently. So when you're looking at the Most High does make a separation here, and he separates the Israelites, the Gentiles from the Israelites. He says, look, I'm going to take the firstborn out of all of the Egyptians, starting from Pharaoh's throne all the way down to the very bottom, to the manservant, to the maidservant sitting behind the mill. So I could definitely see the Israelites having their portion in this, because we were the maidservants, we were the men servants. So I never connected the dots to where Yahweh said, I'm going to judge everybody in the land, Jew and Gentile alike. Whoever calls on me, though, whoever obeys me, whoever keeps the Pesach, they're going to make it out of this. And I say it's going to be the same for the United Snakes. It's going to be the same thing. So these maidservants are Yasharallah, because we were their servants in the land. I'm like, yo, how did I not put this in? I had to go and read it somewhere else. I had to read it from the book of Jasher. I had to read it from Flavius Josephus. And then I got to see, oh, these elders worded it differently. And all the firstborn of beasts. And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt, such as there was none like it, nor shall be like it anymore. But now here's a beautiful part. This is one of the ones that really I found fun with. I found a lot of fun with this. Everybody's heard this verse, and it's one of those verses that we ain't Hamites, y'all ain't us, they not like us. This is one of those verses, okay? So Exodus chapter 11, verse 7, I'm going to put a pin in this because we're going to come back to it. Exodus chapter 11, verse 7, but against any of the children of Israel shall not a dog move its tongue. I didn't get that. As a child, I was taught that meant that they wouldn't even bark against us when we was leaving the land of Egypt. The dogs was barking, they would be mean to the Egyptians, but the dogs wouldn't bark and be mean to the Israelites. That's what I learned when I first came into the truth. But I want to read something to you. What if these dogs actually had a different role that they were playing? I've never seen a scripture that said the dogs wouldn't bark against us. It said the dogs wouldn't move his tongue. And my elder, God bless my elders, and how bless my elders by Shem Mashak Alshah. Double honors to the elders, those who rule well, My elders taught me that the dogs, it meant that the dogs wasn't barking at the Hebrews, but the dogs was barking at the Egyptians. I never asked them to show me that in the scripture. I just took it and ran with it. Because it wasn't that big of a deal for me to be like, oh, okay, it's still kind of not. But when I find something that's written different, it makes me think about this dog not move its tongue differently. And we're going to read that. But let's get this first. Exodus chapter 11, verse 7. But against any of the children of Israel shall not a dog move his tongue against man or beast, that ye may know that Yahweh do put different between Egyptian and Israel. Like I said, we're going to come back to that. And now, and all these thy servants shall come down unto me and bow down themselves unto me, saying, get thee out, and all thy people that follow thee. And after that, I will go out. And he went out from Pharaoh in great anger. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Egypt. This is so dope. The Most High is going back and forth with Moshe. He's telling like, hey, you know he ain't gonna listen to you, so I'm gonna destroy you, right? The way that the Most High is conversating with Moshe back and forth is so beautiful. And Moshe has the right to be upset. The water for participating in practice week's Torah portion. All right, we're almost done. We have 2 more chapters to go. We're going to finish this up, and I'm going to do a little small breakdown, try not to make it too long. And if it is too long, deal with it. Exodus chapter 11, verse 10. And Moses and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh, and Pharaoh hardened, and Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart so that he would not let the children of Israel go out of his land. Kal Asherah, the body of Yahweh, Na'aisha, Wanashamai. All that Yahweh has said, will we do and hear. All right, now let's do this. This is going to be for our Madrash. It's going to be for our Madrash. Let's see what the book of Jasher says about this specific part. I think it's very interesting. I just want y'all to see it. Read with me real quick. All right, 3 days, person standing, pass over you. Pharaoh rose up that night, served the Egyptian, buried the houses. Okay, here we go. So now let's look at that verse 7. A dog shall not move his tongue, I believe. A dog shall not wag his tongue. Okay, so let's look at this. We're going to go down to verse 7. This is so funny. So this is a short Torah portion, man. All praise, man. So Exodus chapter 11, verse 7. Now, what if, hypothetically, this last plague doesn't make sense to me about the dogs not barking against us? If you look at these plagues in procession, the way that it's written out is the way it's performed. So why would the dogs not barking at us be a part of the curses? I always thought that was something, but I just didn't know what until I read it somewhere else. Exodus chapter 11, verse 7. But against any of the children of Israel shall not a dog move his tongue against man or beast, that ye may know that Yahweh doth put difference between Egyptian and Israel. Now let's look at this from Hasapati Ashar, the book of the upright, the book of Jasher. We're at Madrash, we're at Midrash, so we can do that. So this is the book of Jasher, chapter 80, verse 41. And the days of darkness passed away, and the Lord sent Moses and Aaron to the children of Israel, saying, celebrate your feast and make your Passover. For behold, I come in the midst of the night amongst the Egyptians, and I will smite all their firstborn, from the firstborn man to the firstborn beast. And when I see your Passover, I will pass over you. Now, let me ask you a question. Did you see anywhere in here where it said he will smite the servants of the Egyptians? No, it doesn't. He said, the Most High said in the last chapter that we read in the Torah, he said he will smite from Pharaoh to the maid. See? The maid servants. And then he said to the animals. So right here in the book of Jasher, the way it's documented, the way it's written, this is Mashah Moses telling the children of Israel that the Most High said that prepare, he's going to smite all of them. He's going to smite everybody. He does the smiting. Yeah, the Lord, the smiting. He does the smiting. He smites. Not like Joe, not like Sleepy Joe, but he smites. No, so, my bad. So Yahweh does the smiting. So look at this, verse 42, and the 42, and the children of Israel did according to all that Yahweh commanded Moshe and Aaron. Thus they did in that night. And it came to pass in the middle of the night that the Lord went forth in the midst of Egypt and smote all the firstborn of the Egyptians, from the firstborn man to the firstborn of beast. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, and all his servants, and all the Egyptians. And there was a great cry throughout Egypt in that night, for there was not a house in which there was not a corpse. Also, the likeness of the firstborn of Egypt. Now, watch this. This is what really, I was like, this is fire. This really cracked my little melon. First of all, the Egyptians deified their children. The Egyptians deified their children in carvings. They deified their children in paintings. They made their children to be gods. But Yahweh is God Almighty. In this writing, there's a different take on the dog shall not move its tongue. Let's see what that different take is. Now, remember, we haven't read that part here, but we read it in the Torah. So let's see what it says here. Also, the likeness of the firstborn in Egypt, which were carved in the walls of their houses, were destroyed and fell on the ground. Even the bones. I never thought about that. You mean even the what? Even the bones of their firstborn who had died before this, and whom they had buried in their houses, were raked up by the dogs of Egypt on that night and dragged before the Egyptians and cast before them. Oh, my bejesus. I never considered that dog shall not wag its tongue against the children of Israel to be something else besides dogs not barking against us. I refuse to go with that doctrine now. I'm not going to refuse to go with it just because it's like, oh, it's just like whoopie whoopie whoop. I'm going to say that, but there's got to be more to the story. There's got to be more to the story. Who taught us that doctrine, that dogs didn't bark at us? Salute to them, because that's what they did. That's what they knew. That's what they gave us at the time. But I'm here to say I like reading. And in the process of reading, you find out a little bit more information. Let's say hypothetically. Now we're in Midrash. So since we're in Midrash, we haven't went to the next chapter. I can talk about the book of Jasher all I want to. Let's say hypothetically, when we look at the book of Exodus, let's go back to it. When we look at the book of Exodus, chapter 11, verse 7, but against the children of Israel shall not a dog move its tongue. against man or beast, that ye may know that Yahweh put a difference between the Egyptians and Israel. Hypothetically, even the bones of their firstborn who had died before this and whom they had buried in their houses were raked up by the dogs of Egypt on that night and dragged before the Egyptians and cast before them. My little Nakaboo. Oh no, my little honey body. Oh no, is that? We just buried him last week. See, I don't know. I gotta say, I don't know if this is the only context of shall not a dog wag its tongue. I don't know if this is the only context of shall not, but I know that this one stands out to me. To have the firstborn dead and the firstborn dug up and disrespected, and the pictures of the firstborn and the statues and carvings, they all fall down off the walls. No, sir, get out. Get out. Get out and take your bloody water with you. Take your bugs, take your frogs, take your lice. Get out. I got to rebury this man. I got to rebury my firstborn son. The Most High's will, not mine, in the Egyptian lore. That's terrible. So what I would encourage everybody to do is, I don't know if y'all remember I said this, I said Berosus. His name was Berosus. That man was an amazing teacher. So let's go and see what Berosus said on this subject. Y'all ready? All right. Man, I got to turn this off. I apologize. Let me turn off these notifications, man. I think that's interesting. What do you think? Let's read on. And all the Egyptians saw this evil which had suddenly come upon them, and all the Egyptians cried out with a loud voice, and all the families of Egypt wept upon that night, each man for his son and each man for his daughter being firstborn. And the tumult of Egypt was heard at a distance on that night. I think the Most High said, I'm going to do something that's going to make them kick you out. Death of the firstborn is bad enough. But death of the firstborn, and I'm going to bring up the dead and have a dog dragging in front of you? Can you imagine being asleep that night and you wake up in the bed and a dead son, a dead daughter that you buried, along with all the plagues you still suffering? Get out of my land. Go serve your God. Take your children. Take your wives. Take your animals. I don't want nothing to do with you. I think that sounds viable to me. Exodus chapter 12. Waya'amar al-Masha wa Aharan ba'arat zat matazadium amarium. And the Lord spake unto Aaron and Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, this month shall be unto you the beginning of months. Now, here's something that I think is beautiful. I was taught when I was younger that we received these instructions in the wilderness, but that's not true. As I read this in parallels, this is the same night. This was before we had left into Matazadium. And I know some of you, oh yeah, we already know that. But I didn't. I thought that when we received these instructions, we was in the wilderness. We were still in Egypt. This was the month of Xanthicus. The Most High said, this shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be, I'm teaching right now. No. Now, let me see if I can do this real quick. No, I can't do it. Let's fix this. All right. It shall be to you it shall be the first month of the year to you. Speaking unto the congregation of Israel, saying, in the 10th day of this month. They shall take them, every man a lamb, according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for a house. And if the house be too little for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next to his house take it according to the number of the souls. Every man according to his eating shall make your count for the lamb. I want to encourage everybody right now, get with the twins, get with your local settings. In my city gates, in the city gates that I live in, I live in the city gates of wherever I'm at. This ain't my camp, this ain't my school, and shame on them wicked, lazy Negroes who wouldn't offer no help and tried to slander and say, you mean to tell me in your school and you Negroes is not the nicest people in the world. In the city gates that I am currently living in, there are two beautiful twins. They're called the TORAH twins. That's what we call them. I call them TORAH twins. That's what they call themselves. Malak and Lakam. People usually say Lakam first, but it's really Malak and Lakam. Malak and Lakam, these two men every year, since they were young men, take the offering of Yahweh. They make a set apart. They don't do the sacrifice that they do in the Levites. These two young men slaughter the lamb. They prepare the lamb. They sing to the lamb. They comfort the lamb. They feed the lamb. And then they very quietly, peacefully put the lamb to sleep. If anybody that's in the city gates of Cincinnati, Dayton, Columbus, the surrounding area, if you would like to be more informed on these two young men and how you can get in touch with them, how you could possibly participate in keeping the Pesach with them, if you would like to witness the Pesach or the Paschal happening, then I would love to introduce you to these two young soldiers, these two young officers, these two young men. And then maybe you, with your own eyes, with your own spirit, your own soul, can be a witness to this beautiful procedure. I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not going to say too much. But the TORAH twins, if anybody has their information, will you and can you please post their link? Post any information on the TORAH twins? And if you don't, if y'all don't, just contact me. I'll put you on with these two brothers, man. You don't have to do things the same way all the time. You can get a new experience. You can learn something new. The point of saying all that is to say these two baby brews, which are two men now, they're not baby brews no more. They're not baby brews. They passed the baby brew stage. These two young men are lions of the Most High. And they do an excellent job in not only preparing us Pesach, helping others to understand it. All right. So yes, it is possible. All right. Matter of fact, here, if everybody has a second, I can pull up some. Let's see. Let me pull up my Google images. You know what? This is actually something I should probably do on the sixth day, on the first day of the week. I have to go to. I'm supposed to be at Israel right now, but I also have a convocation. I'm supposed to be meeting with some Mormons, with some of my Mormon constituents, comrades. All right, so that's going to be on the first day of the week. So I can, you know what? That'd be a good idea to bring that out during tomorrow, on tomorrow, the Most High will. So that'd be a good idea to do that. So if you never, and I'm not going to show any videos of them actually preparing, but I will show videos of the lamb. We keep up the lamb, we keep the lamb, we love it, we feed it, take care of it, all that good stuff, and it's a very powerful thing to keep the Pesach. So let's get back to this real quick. So let's finish reading the Torah. We only have 2 more chapters. All right, so we're in the book of Exodus, chapter 12, and we're in verse 4. A lot of everybody that's building on now. I'm not gonna say that you late, but I am gonna say that you missed a lot. Like y'all missed a lot of gusto that I had in the beginning. I'm starting to run out of gas now. I'm just cruising. You gotta catch me at the beginning of the show, baby. All right, but thank you for everybody that's still joining. Make sure you hit the notifications so when I do go live, you'll know it. You go to my page, subscribe to my YouTube, turn the notifications to all notifications. Like I said, I'm not gonna be blowing you up so much to where I'm gonna mess up your phone, but at least you'll know we're live, so you won't miss out on much. Let's get back to this real quick. Exodus chapter 12, verse 4. We only have one more chapter of the Torah portion reading after this. And if the house be too little for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next to his house take it according to the number of souls. So what the twins do, Lakam and Malak and Lakam, what they do is they take up a tally. They say, who putting in on the lamb? Who putting in? All right, you're not putting in. So you got to put in on it, which will probably come up to only a little bit of small amount of shekels. We don't want to do any buying and selling on Shabbat. So it only comes to a small portion, and there's a whole lamb. You don't have to go to Kroger's, Walmart, Piggly Wiggly, go get you a chopped cube steak lamb. If you have to, then you have to. If you're in a situation that you can't, and you don't have no farmers or nothing like that, or if you don't have no Amish people, if you don't know no markets around, if you have to, okay, boom. We're rehearsing righteous acts. But if you can get with other brothers and you can put in bread. Everybody put in a couple bucks. And everybody get a lamb. Every man according to his eating shall take account for the lamb. And when I tell y'all this, one lamb is going to fill up a congregation, unless you have like a super huge congregation. One lamb will fill up a small community. 2 lambs, you all have way too much. And then on top of that, we have to burn the rest of it. So we have to burn the rest of it. So let's get back to this. All right. So verse 5, your lamb shall be without blemish. A male of the first year, ye shall take it out of the sheep or from the goats. Let's play with our handy dandy Hebrew real quick. We're going to go down to the word blemish. When I was little, and it's true, I thought it meant it couldn't have any spots. That's not what it means. Tamyum. Tamyum is the word that we see here. This is the ta, ma, ya, ma. The last one is the same as the second one. It's called a final ma. So it's tamyum, tamyum. All right. So let's see what the word tamyum means. The word tamyum, complete, whole, entire, sound, complete, whole, entire, complete, whole. But here's the word, healthful, complete, entire. And this is why you want to get your lamb from an Amish person or from a farmer, because they will keep it. You can pay them for it right now, not on the Sabbath. You can pay them for it right now, and you will see it's not a sick lamb. The twins, they go out and they inspect the lamb. They care for the lamb. They bring it back. They do all kind of cool stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like when I say cool stuff, these young men are dope. They're going to be some amazing. They're already some. The twins do an amazing job. So when they go to inspect the lamb, they make sure that the lamb is what? That the lamb is healthful. Does it have both of its eyeballs? Is its tongue hanging out of its mouth? Does it seem like, it has, any mental issues? I'm serious. Does it seem like the lamb is messed up? Is one of its legs longer than the other? Does it have mange? Is its fur all messed up? Is it 1 year old? It's possible to do this today because I've seen it. Speaking of seeing things, let me show you something. So Most High tells us, don't have any evil favorite lamb. All right. I don't know why. Okay. All right. That's not what we're looking for. There we go. Ooh, wow. Ooh, that boy look like he's gonna use him. This lamb look like it'll bite you back. This sheep look like it'll bite you back. All right. So out of the goats and the sheep and out of the lamb, you have some that are just unattractive. All right. Let me put in the word ugly. 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 I didn't spell it right. I put unly. My bad. UGLY. You ain't got no alibi. You ugly. UGLY. You ain't got no alibi. You ugly. Okay, so let's go right here. Ugly lambs. Okay, so let's say this would be a lamb. This wouldn't be acceptable. This wouldn't be an acceptable lamb to the Most High. Okay, it has to be not only healthy, it has to be perfect. I want to see if there's this one goat. Let me see. Let's go for the goats. Let's go for the goats. Okay, there we have it. All right. All right. Yeah, some of these you just don't want to eat because they're not made to be eaten. All right. They're not made to be eaten. All right. This is actually a breed. This breed right here is actually, it's not ugly because it's just unattractive. That's actually what its breed looked like. Okay. Let's see if we can get any more images. All right. They be tripping on here, man. All right, y'all going into Godzilla and cartoons. We're not going to do that. All right, so let me close that window down. We're going to go back to our reading. All right, let's open back up the Torah. So this is now. Here's something else to keep in mind. Whenever we do go to the grocers, and it's understandable, we have to in some cases. You can't do nothing about it. It's like, oh man, we in this captivity. But if you can do something about it, please do, because we could possibly get sick, be getting manged, be getting animals that have missing limbs. See, the lamb has to be without blemish. It has to be entire. It has to be whole. It can't be sick. All right. When it says without spot, it doesn't mean without spot like it can't have patches. It seems like it can't have different colors. It can have different colors, but it can't have mange, like it has, hair falling out. All right. One leg can't be longer than the other one. Okay. It can't have an eyeball in the middle of its forehead. All right. These are the ones you don't want to offer to the Most High. Imagine if somebody offered you a plate of food and the plate of food was ugly and they just threw the food at you. Like, here, eat this. It's not acceptable. Exodus chapter 12, verse 5. Your lamb should be without blemish. A male of the first year, you should take it from the sheep or from the goats. And you shall keep it up until the 14th day of the same month. And the whole assembly of the congregation of Yasharallah shall kill it in the even. It's a proud participation thing. And yes, children should be there. Children should participate, support, and be there because it's an emotional thing and it grows us up. One of the most beautiful, I've seen my nephews out there, my pitney, my children, and the experience of the lamb, it's beautiful. All right. And they shall take the blood and strike it on the two sides of the post of the upper doorpost of the houses wherein they shall eat it. And they shall eat the flesh in that night, roast with fire and unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs they shall eat it. So when we're looking at the time frame of Pesach, eating the Paschal, remember the Paschal is the lamb, Pascha is the feast, but we call it Pesach. All right. So one thing, we have to finish the lamb that night. No such thing as leftovers. We're going to read more about that, okay? So let's read the details. All right. And they shall eat it that night, roast with fire and unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs shall they eat it. Now, our Zaquanium, our elders from our community taught us to use horseradish. And horseradish is a wonderful bitter herb. Get you a big old piece of horseradish, a little bitty piece of lamb, a little bitty, get whatever you want, whatever you want. Take it, eat it separate, eat the horseradish, eat the lamb, eat the unleavened bread, drink the wine. But all of it is symbolic and to be put in memorial for what Yahweh did for us. The lamb under 1 year old. Remember, they tried to steal and they murdered our babies in Egypt. Everything that the Egyptians did to us, the Most High did back. Remember, in Egypt, the Egyptians made us grind up our children and use our children as the plaster to make their bricks with. The Egyptian pyramids has the blood of Israelites and skulls inside of them, man. Nobody care about that. Whole thing is an abomination. All of it gonna tumble and fall. Yahweh left the actual structure there and just showed that he could strip the teeth whitening and now. The Most High slapped the teeth enamel off of them. I should have said tooth. He slapped the tooth enamel off of them, off of their teethuses. But let's get back to this real quick. So the point of it all is say, Exodus chapter 12, verse 8, they shall eat the flesh in that night, roast with fire and unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs shall they eat it. The bitter herbs are to remind us of our captivity. The unleavened bread to remind us it only takes a little bit for the Most High to sustain us. The Most High says, eat not of it raw. So all you Israelites that's still eating food with blood in it, you got to stop doing that. You can't eat it sodden. Sodden means you can't boil the Passover lamb. So don't make Passover lamb soup. Don't make it raw with a little bit of blood in it, nor sodden at all with water, but roast with fire his head with his legs and with the pertinence thereof. Let me show you something, because it gets serious. Once you start practicing this, you've done it, you've experienced it a couple times, you're like, oh, wow, this is real. All right, head with the legs, with the pertinence thereof. Quarterbaugh. Oh, wow, wow. That sounds closely similar to another word. All right, quarab. The quarab is what we do not eat. Nobody goes inside and eat the quarab. All right, quarab is the innermost parts, the mist. All right, the physical sense, the seat throughout the emotion, the facility of the emotion, the mist parts, the number of persons. All right, the entrails of sacrificed animals. So no, Yasha Allah, we do not eat chitlins, okay? When it comes to the Paschal meal, the Most High tells us to prepare it and such. All right. Verse 10. And ye shall let nothing of it remain until the morning. And that which remaineth until the morning, ye shall burn with fire. I know it's some very gluttonous, fat Israelites, and I'm fat too. But the only reason I said that is because that one fat Hebrew that be telling people to eat pork, that dude is disgusting. I don't know what's that about, but I would love to just be a great servant to the Father. Listen, we are not to eat chitlins. We're not to eat eyeballs. We're not to eat brains. We're not to eat the parts that are dedicated to the Most High. We're not to eat those, okay? So if somebody asks me, well, why do you say that? What I'll do is I'll take them to the book of Leviticus, and I'll show them these are the parts that were set to the side, and they were burned, along with the halab, along with the fat. Now, everybody knows that we have the common sense to not open up intestines and eat them, right? Everybody knows you can't clean doo-doo, right? There's no such thing as washing chitlins. You can't wash chitlins, just like you can't wash doo-doo. So if somebody ever tells me, it's a procedure. You put a water hole in it, and then you do this, and you soak it in bleach, and you scrub it up and down, then you turn it inside out, and you wash it. You can do that about 3-4 times. It's still going to smell like dookie. Because his whole life, it ain't been nothing but dookie. You can't wash intestines. It's impossible. Its job is to receive trash and push out trash. When you eat the food, it becomes waste. And from there, it moves. Your intestines has never done the job of the lungs. A pig's intestines has never done the job of the pig's ears. And abominably, people eat both. The point of saying such is to say the intestines have never been cleaned. So we don't eat the pertinence. We roast. And nothing is to be left until in the morning. That which remaineth in the morning, you shall burn with fire. So don't be doing, hey, we got some lamb from Passover. I just didn't want it to go bad. I'm going to give it to my friends and family. I'm going to make a little soup out of it. I'm going to freeze it till a little bit later. You might get worms. You might die. Don't do it. We ain't doing leftovers from the Paschal. Don't bag it up and send it to a homeless shelter. Don't be like, I wanted y'all to try it. No. If they wasn't there for the Pesach, they didn't participate in the Paschal, they don't get to experience the Pesach. I just used three different Passover. I just used 4 of them. If they weren't there, they didn't get to participate, they didn't get to keep it. Because remember, there were many Israelites who died. And I'm telling y'all, a spiritual death got to be worse than a physical death. Spiritual death got to be worse. Physical death, you die once. Spiritual death, you die twice. Imagine being alive in the truth. You lose the spirit, that's one death. You die again, that's another death. Then you go to the lake of fire, that's the third death. So it's better to participate and keep the Father's instructions. Verse 11, thus shall you eat it with your loins girded, and your shoes on your feet, and your staff in hand, and you shall eat it in haste. It is Yahweh's Passover. Let me help everybody out real quick right here. Do not, I repeat, do not think that because of this verse, you have to be standing up with a staff in your hand and you have to have your shoes laced and you have to hurry up and eat your Passover feast. No, that's what Yahweh told us to do on this day. On this day. But when it comes to the Pesach, the feast, Leviticus chapter 23, the feast of the Lord, when it comes to the different feasts, you don't have to eat like this. You don't have to hurry up and eat it. Everybody got the staff in their hands? Everybody got their loins girded? Everybody got their shoes on their feet? Okay, hurry up. You don't have to do that. This was only for this time frame. And then when you read Leviticus chapter 23, it's the feast and you don't have to do it. This is when we were getting ready to evacuate. This is you getting ready to go on a car ride and you turn to your children. Everybody got their sandwich. Everybody got their chips. Everybody got their juicy juice. Okay, everybody get in the car. We ready to go. You got your shoes tied. You got your bags packed. That's what this example is. So for those who teach that you got to do this like this on the Feast of Passover, no, you don't. You can if you want to. I'm not going to stop you. But I'm going to say if anybody ever be like, well, if you ain't doing it like this, you ain't doing it, you a lie. You got to know the context. You might not be a lie. You just might be misinformed. You have to know the context of how these events were taking place. And along with this is why we were evacuating Egypt. And when you get to Leviticus chapter 23, you learn the feast days. Now the feast day is an enjoyable day. We ain't running for our lives. All the firstborn of Egypt and all the dead, they ain't all in the land. And I'm just saying that because I went to a Passover one time and they was like, "Where your staff at, brother?" I was like, I put it by the door. I ain't want to hold it while I was eating. How you gonna keep Passover and you ain't got your staff on? Why your shoes not tied? I was like, because I'm relaxed, homie. I'm here for the Pesach. I thought we was about to eat. You supposed to have your shoes laced and your staff in hand, brother. You know what? My bad. Let me go and grab my staff. Let me tie up my shoes. I'm gonna try to hold my plate while I eat this lamb and while I hold this staff. Give me a second, brother. I'll be right back. I ain't give no pressure because of the Pesach. I ain't give no pressure. Verse 12. For I will pass through the land of Matazat in Egypt this night, and I will smite all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast, and against all the gods of Egypt will I execute judgment. I am Yahweh. He is Yahweh. And the blood shall be to you for a token upon the houses where ye are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you, and the plague shall not be upon you to destroy you when I smite the land of Egypt. And this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and ye shall keep a feast to Yahweh throughout your generations. Ye shall keep it a feast by an ordinance forever. 7 days ye shall eat unleavened bread. Even the first day ye shall put away leaven out of your houses. For whosoever eateth leavened bread from the first day until the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from Yahweh. Did he say, I'm going to kill you? No, he didn't. Did he say, I'm going to bring down fire from the sky? No, he did not. Did he say, I'm going to switch your big toe with your pinky toe on your left foot? He didn't say that. He said that soul shall be cut off from Israel. I have no idea, and I don't want to know what it means to have my soul cut off from Yahweh. I do know this. The Hebrew veganites. Let me do this real quick. The Hebrew veganites. All of the Israelites that are vegans, and they don't want to eat lammy worlds, and they believe that Jesus came to save the animals. All of the vegans in Yasha'Allah that are teaching people to not eat lamb for the Pesach. These Negroes, as wrong as the day is long, including I hope brothers from the past. I don't even need to say their names no more. I hope brothers from the past are not teaching this anymore. I hope they're not. But there used to be a time when there was a group of brothers that used to teach that we were supposed to be vegans, and the Most High don't want us to eat flesh, and it got blood in it, and it's good woo, and it's like, man, you Negroes is just y'all just kind of freestyling, man. And they weren't. They were just going off what they knew. But this that look I was giving him. I was like, you don't want me to eat no lamb? I was looking at him like this. So we ain't supposed to eat no lamb on Passover? What we supposed to do? This is how I was looking at him, just like that. So it's impossible for us to keep the Pesach without eating the holy instructed meal. The Father told us to. And he says, anybody that eats unleavened or eats leavened bread within the 7 days, our soul will be cut off from our flesh. So 2 things for 1 week. And I praise Yahweh. It only took me a year. It only took me 1 year to drop over 200 pounds from cutting out leaven. Was it been a year? Or has it been 2 years? I don't know. I think it may have been a year and a half, 2 years, maybe. Maybe been a year. But I've lost so much weight. I'm healthier than ever before. The scripture tells us get the leaven. The leaven represents sin. So as I stopped eating bread, I backed off of it. Stopped eating pizzas, backed off of it. I like a thin crust. Thin crust pizza, Alfredo sauce, pineapple, tomato, spinach, black olive and onions. Flat, thin, crispy crust. Yes, I said it. Tomato and pineapple and spinach on Alfredo sauce. Maybe some chicken. It's so good you don't need it. It's amazing. It's amazing. The pineapple and the tomato make the flavors burst. It's like juicy. It's like, along with the crunchy. It's delicious. But I stopped eating bread. I took the feast of. I was over Lacombe. We was over Ariah. We was at Ariah house. No way. We was at Yeshaya. We was at the brother Yeshaya, the Levite brother Yeshaya, priest Yeshaya. Yabrakam Yabasham Yashai. Most I bless you. Shabbat shalom to you and your family. I pray that things go well with the ministry. All right. So we was at brother Yeshaya's house for the Shabbat, and me and Malak sitting outside in the backyard, and we looking at the stars, talking about Passover, talking about the moon, talking about the feast of unleavened bread. And Malak, he's really in tune. He was really in tune on that night, on that Passover. He was in tune. So me and him were looking at the stars, we're looking at the moon, we're counting, we're calculating, and I made up my mind that night. I'm like, I'm gonna stop eating leaven and see what happens. I made up my mind that night. It's been a wonderful journey. So I encourage everybody just not only to cut out the leaven, but use this example. Maybe this year be your year to where you cut the leaven out of your life too. People talking about gluten-free and all the other stuff. Listen, just stop eating it. It swells you up. I have a sandwich here, you know what I'm saying? A little something small here. Whoopty-whoopty-woo. But above all, the representation of the leaven is to get the sin out your life. I will say I have seen and feel the physical effects of not eating leaven as little as I can, because there's leaven in everything. There's leaven in everything. You eat a bowl of cereal, the cereal got flavor in it, the flavor has got some leaven in it. But going hardcore like I used to, get a sandwich, get a pizza, get a burger, you know what I'm saying? Get a corn dog, you know what I'm saying? You know, all these things with bread in them, you know, they just ain't doing nothing but swell me up, make me fat. And the minute I cut the leaven out, things started to change. I went through a lot of spiritual trials. I'm still here, by the glory of Yahweh, and I've gotten to see not only the spiritual but the physical aspect change too. So Leviticus, Exodus chapter 12, verse 16. Let's read 15 again. We'll go to 16. 7 days shall ye eat unleavened bread. Even the first day ye shall put leaven out of your houses. So when we're looking at putting leaven out of our houses, we don't just want to put bread in the trunk of our car. You don't want to put the crackers in the closet. You want to get all the leaven out of your house. You want to give it away. You want to feed it to the feed all your bread, all your leaven to the Passover lamb. That Pascal, he's gonna eat everything. You give him a loaf of bread, he's gonna be like, that's what's up. Give him a sleeve of crackers, that's what's up. That little goat lamb gonna love you. So, or you can burn it all. But don't be a gluttonous person and wait till it's close to the feast of unleavened bread and be like, oh shoot, I gotta get rid of this stuff. What am I gonna do with it? Oh man, it's good. I've been waiting on this hamburger helper, man. I can't throw this away. This that Cajun hamburger helper, man. I got this from, you know what I'm saying, Holy Tamale, you know, guacamole corner store, whatever. Don't be greedy and try to keep it. You either eat it all before Passover and gain some weight, or you get rid of it all. But for 1 week, you need to be eating nachos, tacos, unleavened bread, And I'm gonna tell y'all something. There's a bread. If you learn how to make this bread and you make it for me, I will be so grateful. It's called naan bread. And for those of you who know about it, Ethiopian make a delicious unleavened bread called naan bread, and it's flaky. It's got this. Oh, it's so wonderful. But they got that from us. So now is the time for us to start considering getting stuff out of our lives. Passover is coming up. We're not just reading this just to read it. We're reading this to prepare for Yahushai's coming, to prepare for his destruction. The Lord is not a man that he will lie. He's going to keep his word. Let's read this. Verse 15, Exodus chapter 12. 7 days shall ye eat unleavened bread. Even the first day shall ye put away leaven out of your houses. All right. For whosoever eateth leavened bread from the first until the seventh day, that soul shall be cut off from Israel. And I'm gonna tell y'all right now, it's a hard one to do, but you can do it. You gotta back up on the potato chips, get you some tortilla shells. See? The first day, there should be a holy convocation. So the very first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, everybody's supposed to come together. And then the seventh day, there should be a holy convocation. And then the very last day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, everybody's supposed to come together. So on the first day of unleavened bread, you don't go to work. You are not a slave. No esclavo. Yahweh freed you. And who the Son set free is free indeed. So if you go to work on any of these days, you still got a slave mentality. You don't got to get money. The Most High gives you provision. Who you think gave you the job in the first place? Who you think gave you the people who want to bless you in the first? It's Yahweh. It's your God. So if you still a slave Negro, you still a slave Roman, go be a slave. Because the ones that died in Egypt didn't want to obey Yahweh. The ones who did obey Yahweh, we said, Kawashara, the body Yahweh, and Aisha, and Nashimai. All Yahweh said, we will do it here. So gather on the holy convocation days. The first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, holy convocation. Make sure you take it off work. The very last day, holy convocation. Make sure you take it off work. Guess what? Your job can't make you work. You a slave, man. And I know you a slave because you can get out of it. You just don't want to. Verse 17. And ye shall observe the feast of unleavened bread, for in this self same day have I brought your armies out of the land of Egypt. Therefore shall ye observe this day in all your generations by an ordinance forever. For how long? Ordinance forever. You see that? In the first month, on the 14th day, on the 14th day of the month at even, ye shall eat unleavened bread until the 1 and 20th day of the month at even. 7 days there shall be no leaven found in your houses. For whosoever eateth that which is leavened, even that soul shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel, whether he be a stranger or born in the land. So that shows you right there. Gentiles kept the holy convocations. They had to also not eat unleavened bread with us, just like the people of Nineveh had to fast. Ye shall eat nothing leavened in all your habitations. Ye shall eat unleavened bread. Then Moses called for all the elders of the land and said unto them, draw out and take you a lamb according to your families and kill the Passover. And ye shall take a bunch of hyssop and dip it in the blood that is in the basin and strike the lintel and the two side posts with the blood that is in the basin. And none of you shall go out the door of his house until the morning. Verse 23. And Yahweh will pass through and smite the Egyptians. And when he seeth the blood upon the lintel and on the two posts, Yahweh will pass over the door and will not suffer the destroyer to come unto the houses to smite you. And ye shall observe this thing for an ordinance to thee and thy sons forever. And it shall come to pass when ye come to the land which Yahweh will give you, according as he has promised, and ye shall shall keep this service. And it shall come to pass when your children say unto you, what mean ye by this service, that ye shall say, it is the sacrifice of Yahweh's Passover, who passed over the houses of the children of Israel in Egypt. Even he smote the Egyptians and delivered our houses. And the people bowed the head and worshiped. And the children of Israel went away and did as Yahweh had commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they. And it came to pass that at midnight Yahweh smote all the firstborn of the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat on his throne to the firstborn of the captive that was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of cattle. And Pharaoh rose up that night, and all the men and all his servants and the Egyptians, and there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house wherein there was not one dead. And he called Mashah and Aharon by night and said, rise up and get ye forth from among my people, both ye and my children, and the children of Yashar'Allah, and go serve Yahweh as you have said. Also take your flocks and your herd as ye have said, and be gone and bless me also. And the Egyptians were urgent upon the people that they might send them out of the land in haste, for they said, we be all dead men. And the people took dough from their, the people took dough before it was leavened in their kneading troughs, being bound up in their clothes upon their shoulders. And the children of Israel did according to the words of Mashah. And they borrowed of the Egyptians jewels and silver and gold and raiment. And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians, so that they lent unto them much things as they required. And they spoiled the Egyptians. And the children of Israel journeyed from Ramses to Succoth, about 600,000 on foot that were men beside children. And a mixed multitude went up also with them, and flocks and herds, very much cattle. And they baked unleavened cakes of the dough that they brought forth out of Egypt, for it was not leavened, because they were thrust out of Egypt, and could not tarry, neither had they prepared themselves any victuals. Now the sojourning of the children of Israel who dwelt in Egypt was 430 years. And it came to pass at the end of the 430 years, even that self same day, it came to pass that all the hosts of Yahweh went out from the land of Egypt. Let me show you something real quick. You see this right here? Host of the Lord, host of the Lord, host of the Lord. If you flip this around and it says Lord of hosts, Lord of hosts, Lord of hosts, this is talking about Israelite. And when you see host of the Lord, we are the hosts of Yahweh. We are his servants. When it says the Lord of hosts, he's saying he is the Lord of the Israelites, his servants, not of the whole world, of the children of Yashar'Allah. Went out from the land of Egypt. It is a night to be much observed unto Yahweh for bringing them forth out of the land of Egypt. This is that night of Yahweh to be observed and of all the children of Israel in their generations. And Yahweh said unto Mashah and Aaron, this is the ordinance of the Passover. There shall no stranger eat thereof, but every man's servant that is bought for money. So if I own the Gentile, but every man's servant that is bought for money, when thou hast circumcised him, then shall he eat thereof. A foreigner and a hired servant shall not eat thereof. Why not a foreigner or a hired servant? Because they're just there temporarily. They can leave at any time. They're not under a covenant. But the one that I own, the Gentile that I own, oh yeah, you gonna get this work. And then you'll be able to keep the Pesach with me. In one house shall it be eaten. Thou shalt not carry forth out of the flesh abroad from one house to another, to neither, neither shall you break a bone thereof. So again, no carrying the Passover around from house to house, all right, after it's been cooked. And all the congregation shall keep it. And the stranger that shall sojourn with thee and will keep the Passover Yahweh, let all his males be circumcised, and then let him come near and keep it. And he shall be as one that is born in the land. For no circumcised person shall eat thereof. I know a very brave brother who was circumcised with a sharp rock in Jerusalem, and I salute that brother. One law shall be to him that is homeborn, and unto the stranger that sojourneth among you. Thus did the children of Israel, as Yahweh commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they. And it came to pass that self same day that Yahweh did bring the children of Israel out of the land by their armies. All right, repeat after me. Kal Asherah, the body Yahweh, Na Aisha, Wa Na Shemai. All that Yahweh has said, will we do and hear. All right. So we are at the last part of this week's Torah portion, Exodus chapter 13. We're only going to read to verse 16, and that's going to be it for the Torah portion reading. I'm going to encourage everybody else to read the Torah, the prophet portion, read the gospel portion. Please read that for yourselves. All right. This was the custom that we did. We read the laws and the prophets to the ears of the people. All right. Exodus chapter 13, verse 1. We're going to read to verse 16. Waya'amar al-Mashah Debarium. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Find unto me all firstborn whatsoever opened the womb amongst the children of Israel, both man and beast are mine. Yahweh said, Sanctify unto me all the firstborn. All right. My firstborn Banyam are sanctified unto Yahweh. My firstborn son. I only have one firstborn bond. His name is Lamadiah. Everybody else is a baby brother up under him. You know what I'm saying? So now my ribs, if they never had anybody, if they never had any sons, then that son will be the firstborn son to them. Like my firstborn Jeremiah, excuse me, Yashar. Yashar is my firstborn to Kanai. You know what I'm saying? So that's her firstborn son, right? He's my firstborn son, but he's my firstborn son to her. So he would be my firstborn son to her, right? So the firstborn son of Lamadiah, I don't think I'm sorry, man. That makes me so sad, man. But my firstborn son, Lamadiah, and all of your firstborns, all right, sanctify them unto Yahweh. All right, they belong to Yahweh. And when we see this, it says that cometh out of the womb. This is where you get the matrix from. All right, when you're talking about the womb, it's talking about the vagina and the matrix and the pathway hitherto, the pathway from there to. All right, so that's what the matrix is. Okay. Verse 3, and Moses said unto the people, remember this day in which ye came from Egypt out of the house of bondage, for by strength of hand Yahweh brought you from this place. There shall no leavened bread be eaten. This day came ye out in the month of when? In the month of Abawab, in the month of Abib. So we know the Bible got calendars, got topography, it's got everything in it, genealogy. So we know that the month of Abawab, or the month of Abib, is the month that the Most High brought us out of the land of the captives. And this is a beautiful thing, because we can completely see that his time frame, nothing changes. It changes. He is the same Yahweh then, he's the same Yahweh now. Right? So the month of Abib is still the same, right? April, May. And it shall be when Yahweh shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Amorites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, which he sware unto thy fathers to give thee, a land flowing with milk and honey, that thou shalt keep this service in this month. Now, if anybody wants to, we can find this same group of people in the book of Deuteronomy chapter 7. The Most High told us to wipe them out. Don't marry them. Don't have children with them. Don't practice their ways. 7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, and in the 7th day shall be a feast of Yahweh. Unleavened bread shall be eaten 7 days, and there shall no leavened bread be seen with thee, neither shall there be leaven seen with thee in all thy quarters. And thou shalt show thy sons in that day, saying, Banyam, sons, this was done because of what? This was done because of that which Yahweh did unto me when I came forth out of Egypt. And it shall be for a sign unto thee upon thy hand, for a memorial between thine eyes, that Yahweh's law may be in thy mouth. All praise the Most High. Matter why? Why? We remind our children, we remind our picnic. Matter why? Why? So that they can remember. We teach from the youngest up so that our children can remember to keep the Most High's laws, that it may be in their mouths and thy mouth. For with a strong hand hath Yahweh brought thee out of Egypt. And, excuse me, thou shalt therefore keep his ordinances in his season from year to year. And it shall be when Yahweh shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, as he sware unto thee and unto thy fathers. All right, so if anybody ever calls you a Canaanite, don't be bothered by that. Yes, we live in the land of Canaan. That thou shalt set apart unto Yahweh all that openeth the what? All that openeth the matrix. Why? Yahweh took the life and the breath of all the firstborn, as they took the life and the breath out of our babies. And then Yahweh said, dedicate your babies back to me. Dedicate them back to me. And every firstling that cometh from the beast, which thou hast, the males shall be Yahweh's. And every firstling of the ass shall redeem with the lamb. And every firstling of the ass thou shalt redeem with the lamb. And if thou wilt not redeem it, then thou shalt break his neck. And all the firstborn of men among thy children, man among thy children, shalt thou redeem. Verse 14. And it shall be when thy sons ask thee in the time comes, saying, what is this? That thou sayest unto him, by strength of hand Yahweh brought us out from Egypt, from the house of bondage. And it came to pass when Pharaoh would hardly let us go, that Yahweh slew all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore I sacrifice to Yahweh all that openeth the matrix, being males, but all of the firstborn of my children I redeem. And it shall be a token upon thine hand, and for frontlets between thine eyes, for by strength of hand Yahweh brought us out of Matazadium, Egypt. All praise the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. The Most High has given us this day. The Most High has given us a reminder. The Most High has shown us that what he did in the past, he's going to do again. And the Most High did not leave us hanging in any form of being able to worship him. I'm going to end this off with singing Hallelujah, Hallelujah, Hallelujah. Yah Barakam, Yahweh, Bahasham, Amashayach, Yahoshai, Babukusha, 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 Salak Yaladyimka, Babukusha, forgive your children. Please have mercy on the children of Israel that suffering in captivity now, currently being murdered in the streets, not only being tased, but tortured by our captives who have no mercy on us. Yahweh Baba Kushah, please return Hayaladim, the children of Israel, back to the covenant. As we see the chariots in the sky, as we see the mountains are on fire, as we see your coming and impending doom and ultimate salvation, we petition Yahweh Bahasham Hamashiach Yahweh Shai that you bring us back to you in wholeness and totality of heart, telling you the water of Yad.
Witty ideas and inventions. He has a lot of great ideas, but his people's not tapping in it. If you let inadequacies keep you from being active, you're telling God that he's not even worth anything. But when you say, God, you want to use this vessel? Please use me. Because God's going to show the world just how much he can do with a person with little. God doesn't care about the qualified. They're caught up in their own knowledge and wisdom. He cares about the people who don't have anything on their resume, but they got the Holy Spirit in them. Anybody else? Any questions?
I can hear the Ruah when it talk. Holy Spirit move me with a thought. Never go against it, what you thought. I'm an Israelite, we follow laws. If you love him, then you will follow his laws. They think it's done away with, but they off. They don't want to hear it cause it's hard. Just because you don't believe don't make it false. Silly. Immerse my mind in water, need a wash. I can smell the ending and it's coming, need a watch. Scratch that flavor, I need a clock. And that Ruach HaKodesh be my clock. Spiritual warfare, yeah. The demons be thinking it's sweet, killing them all here, yeah. We knocking them all off, no matter the cost, yeah. Thinking they want the beef until I defrost, yeah. Stop it. Talk to me, I follow law, so walk with me. Don't mistake it for sorcery, cause that is borderline blasphemy. It's just best you don't come for me. I got angels that'll blasphemy. Surf on Mashiach happily, watch him running like an athlete. Plus, I can hear the Ruah when it talk. Holy Spirit move me with a thought. Never go against it, what you thought. I'm an Israelite, we follow laws. If you love him, then you will follow his laws. They think it's done away with, but they off. They don't want to hear it cause it's hard. Just because you don't believe don't make it false. Demons think they hard, so they call they self-attacking me. Got me fired up, chapter 7, 2nd Maccabees. School of hard knocks, yeah, my angels be my faculty. Let them bust a move, the spiritual war gon' end with a casualty. Raphael grabbed the demons, Gabriel put them through it. Uriel aimed the arrow, Mikael gotta pull it. I'm using the sword of the spirit, the demon they see it and fear it. Energy big as a planet, they cannot dodge a bullet. You better off if you repay and get the most high, your allegiance. Won't drop the ball, got me bent. You ain't got the ball like defense. We getting close to the end. I can see the pattern like sequence. See, I'm the rapper that he sent to. One of the people that's decent to. Turn away from your ways, fast and praise. Don't go astray or make them wait, I'm delayed. Do not play, get it straight in the faith. Could truth be